We gonna be Jessica Wabbit. What's up with you? Lord have mercy. That's a shame when you got a troll and put Jessica Rabbit in your name. Press one. That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. You know what? You know what's funny about Jessica Rabbit? I was thinking about Jessica Rabbit before my show with your silly ass. Press one. And something I couldn't get Jessica Rabbit when she was singing. I said, why do you wear nice clothes, Kev? Because I'm a old soul. I belong in the old time where they was playing jazz like Jessica Rabbit. So that's funny that you would troll like that. Fucking Lori is insane. Brittany, what's up with it? Golden Lady, Kid, what's up with you? Caleb, what's up? Shahalawam, I don't know how to even pronounce that, sir. That's not English, sir. Could you speak English, please? You trying to go way too far in your virtual life with these names in this language, sir. This is probably the only language in that language you know. Shahalawam al Kayan. Nigga, bro, bro, that take too much brain power to come up with that. We speak English. We supposed to be learning the word of God, and you up here with these words that's gonna confuse us, sir. Lord have mercy. It's Paleo Hebrew. This nigga done took two stones and put two stones together. Oh, it's paleo. He just made it up. Press one. Press one. It's like when the Birdman go Pooh Shiesty. It's from the bird tribe. Press one. You Indian. Hey, listen. Hey, listen, Paleo Hebrew Indian, my brother. Is that Indian? I'm not. I'm talking shit. I don't know if he's an Indian. I don't know what he's. I don't know what ideology he's blending. But we're going to find out. Can somebody give me the info on Paleo Indian, please? Talk to me. Good to see you out there, Sheva, Regina. Peace to you, Easy. Good to see you. All right, look. DNS. Good to see you. Now I'm finna show y'all something that's gonna disprove everything the Indians talk about right now. Press one. Now I don't want to hear nothing from Carimio. Don't even bring me. First of all, Dan Calloway believe in Indians and UFOs in the same illustrations by Spaniards. So this is no more debate. This is just common sense. This is just common sense. You know, it's foolish when you got Spaniards drawing pictures of native Indians with UFOs in the background. That's incredible when photography was around. That's also incredible. Lord have mercy. That's also, you know. So I'm gonna show you something. And I always ask this in my classroom, what have the Indians created in America? What have you created, Mr. Our heritage stolen? We Hebrews, not Indians, sir. What have they created? Can I get some action today? Are we gonna wait till Kev get like up out of here before y'all start? What have the Indians created? Casinos? That was already. KevRow, what the hell did y'all create? And what year was it? Document it. Since you only got 4 to 12 words in any one of y'all languages, what did you create? So this is the funny thing. Let me show y'all what Afro-Americans created in the 1800s and the 1900s. Shall we? Press one. I want all my Indian brothers and Pan-African non-believers, press one, to look at each other right now.
Not like this. Not like this.
Now I'm going to show you something. This ain't no debates no more. This is straight action. We just get to it. I ragdoll them like a pit bull. Press one. Let's go to Exhibit A, B, C, D, and E, and F. Press one. Now, These are not Indians. These are. Press 1. KevRow and Freds want us to believe in 1883 we was around here looking like this. Press 1, got your ass. That's why I said it ain't no debate. This is easy for me. This is for your audience, not you, right? Check. All right, we connected. All right, look. 1883 is the year. Can I get that at least? Can I get that at least? 1883, right? That's what KevRow and them and the Indian believers, right? Charles Louis Baker. 1859, press 1 through 1826, right? Now, I'm just here to show you that things was already being patented. Things took years at this time to get them patented. Press 1. Wasn't no easy process. Press 1. This is 1859. Before Binneker and the blacks and the brothers, the steam and combustion engines and steel and doing all this stuff y'all think is new was already going on. Now look, bro. Now, bro, these are not Indian people, bro. And these are not Indian names, bro. And they did not get these names from slaves, bro. They got them from their fathers, bro. Press 1. Now, bro. This is, and I had to stop. I had to cut it off. Now, look. Look at this. Air conditioning. Frederick M. Jones, 1949. Let's go to 1791. Benjamin Binneker, 1839, 1899, 1889, it's 1875, 1945, 1897, 1791, 1892, Lord have mercy, 1896, 1878, 1882, 1884, 1880, and the list goes on and on and on. All black folk inventing things. Afro-Americans, who y'all colonial Americans, who created these things long before Ellis Island was open. Press 1. Long before any of your granddaddies got over here. Press 1. Long before, Lord have mercy. This is stuff you can Google. You can Google this. That's the beauty of it. You don't have to take my word on nothing. You see, there is no Wakasa, there is no this one and that one. They changed you into that to bring themselves. You was a freeman. You had this thing popping, bro. You had it going on. You just don't want to accept. And they tried to get you to take your name away. But these are your names. You've been an inventor. You've been with innovation, with business, with the steel mining companies and all of these things that's going around in the world that don't told you to lift yourself up by the bootstrap. It was just destroyed, stolen, patented up, restolen. The early 1900s, all the massacres was really just civil wars. All the massacres in the U.S. that's been going on for the last 100, 200 years, it's been a continuance of the revolution, the Civil War, the Great War. It never ended. It will never end against the Afro-American male because he's a beneficiary to the trust, to God's trust. Press 1. So it's very important that people understand how, when I say you're not an Indian, this is what I mean. Okay? You're not this. Just because they highlighted these people and colored them in, and these people was wearing things that give them melanated or brown shades of color, they are not you. Here's a timestamp here. So you can go back and check with Indians and the photos back in the day. This is a photograph in front of a made-up picture. They was already doing this back in the day to give themselves standing. Okay? You've been in suits and ties. What you see me as is what you seen them as back in the day. Press 1. They just didn't have the color to show that I was a brown coat with a nice tie, with a nice vest, with a different color. This one and that one, you can't see it. The women at the time seen it. Press 1. They be like, Kev, why your shirt come from up under your coat like that? Cause you knew that's why. That's why I like all my colors to show, nigga. My all of it. The way you match your Jordan, nigga. That's how, bro. Cause that's how inventors and innovators and real speakers and people of substance really behave. Like they got some damn sense. You can't have a nigga that can create something be against the law. They are for the law. They trying to get you off your mark so you will be cursed and don't invent nothing like you are today. Only thing you want to do is listen to Glorilla tough ass rap. Press 1. I ain't got no time for Glorilla. Press 1. Fuck daddy. I'll fuck daddy free. I'm baby daddy free. Press 1. Y'all go ahead and keep listening to them weird looking ass football playing shoulder having ass balls out there catching footballs if you want to. You better get back into your study. I stopped listening. Once I see Meg Thee Stallion doing what they was doing, I saw them big ass size 15s. Press 1. Y'all, no. This is not real for me. This is real for y'all. This is real for y'all, though. I don't like females with feet this goddamn big. That's just too big. I don't give a fuck what y'all say about me. You take them motherfucking high heels off and them motherfuckers expand out like this. Funny right here, right here. It's a no-go. It's a no-go. I'm not having no kids with no females with feet this goddamn big. It's not happening. But I can't talk my shit first thing in the morning, baby. I can. Shout out to Double Up, baby. I'm glad that you out there rolling around. I just want to show y'all that we wasn't, as they say, in the time frame given, no damn Indians. You became Indian and validated all of India to come over here and do you this way. All of them. All of India. Everybody from the East India Company. Come on. They said they Indian. We're Indian. Come on. Let's write ourselves in. Come on. And they gonna call themselves black. Because we gonna call them black. Because they black. So it's a process into destroying a nation. Okay? So would you like to see what this nation was like around those times while they always trying to make it look like you was dirty in the town? There was nothing here at the time. I'm taking you back to Chicago World's Fairs first. Then we gonna go to San Francisco and show you the destruction of both places. That'll give you an inclination of how these people just get here. Put on some. I'm gonna let y'all figure it out. Kev, I did all the research on yesterday video. Check the gold mine map of California and the location of the fire burning the areas down and telling residents they can't return. G Stacks, talk to me. G Stacks, send that to me. Somebody send that to me quick. I'll love it. But first, my people think that they were slaves and they was Indians and what nothing here. But first, I'm gonna give you some time to present that information, G Stacks. But look, for the meantime, my people think that they wasn't nothing. But I'm finna show you what Chicago and World Fairs and all of this stuff really look like. And you tell me. No, this ain't New Zealand. No. This ain't this one and that one. Nope. This ain't Poland. Nope. This is right here in America before the war. Press 1. This is right here in America before the war. Right here in America. You say, what war? All of them. Before they tricked your brain in the theater of war and start rearranging time and fucking themselves up in 2020. Press 1, because it's up to us to reconstruct history the way we know and see and can see with our very own eyes, because these motherfuckers still alive today. And you still can watch them squirm and tell lies. They just told the lies yesterday, probably. There's an infinite amount of exposure and declassification. You don't need no president to declassify nothing. Look at history from this point going backwards, and you can see what these people have done given the correct perspective. So we're going to be breaking this down, the theater of war in time immemorial. Well, the theater of war put your brain all over the place and made it look like they was attacking Europe, Japan, everywhere in the world. I'm going to show you that all of those places was right here in America. That's going to further propel my theory to a whole nother level. I'm going to show you that it's a propaganda. Man in the high castle propaganda machine keep telling us lies over and over and over again on some bullshit. And when the truth is, nigga, you wasn't no African. Kev just proved to you ain't no Indian. That fast. You're not an Indian. I already proved it to you. You're not an Indian. You see all this stuff right there, 1883? Really? You're not an Indian. Okay? This is why they came over here. This whole time. All of these towns was like what y'all call little countries. They had a little Africa, China, the same thing y'all see today. Chinatowns and Japan towns and stuff like that. They were all workers. But I'll keep telling you, 1898 was the overthrow of the South. That's something you can research for yourself. But all of that went all over. It happened on the North too. But that's a significant. Wilmington is very significant too because it's written in their Constitution. It's written in their Declaration of Independence. Who they will never serve again in the denouncing of the monarchs. So you got to understand and place this together. I'm not asking them for no help. I ain't asked them for nothing. I'm researching and theorizing myself. I guess it's because I didn't go to school. Now I'm ready to fight back. You feel me? No, I'll do it myself. Let me see. Give me the homework, and my homework gonna be right according to what's right, not you forcibly. You see, this is what we gotta teach our kids, not forcing me to make a right answer to benefit your program in the federal Rockefeller. Press 1. We don't have African names or Indian names. Well, Mr. Caleb, do we have Paleo-Hebrew names? What do we have? Tell us, Paleo-Hebrew brother. So let's get back here. Caleb, you're not in my class. Tread lightly, sir. Tread very lightly. Don't get used to we. Don't think because I'm saying your name, you becoming more and more because like George Washington, you will be cut off real fast. So let's get back to tell him, D-Jack, Mr. Gillespie don't be playing. Cub walk you right into getting blocked because he don't care. He'll walk your ass right in. He'll play with you and block you at the same time. And fuck him. Press 1. Because he ain't doing nothing here. He running his mouth. Press 1. He ain't getting up prepared with me. So why do I care about Caleb and his paleo brain? Press 1. He ain't here when we talking about law. Where he at? Ain't no Paleo Hebrew right there. I don't want to hear made up theories about niggas in chat rooms with Paleo Hebrew names saying tribe up. How about calling into the show and talk about your Paleo Hebrew name and this world you believe in and put it to the test? Press 1. You dealing with the undefeated champion of the world, Craig. Of the world. What you talking about? I'm top flight, nigga. Security. So you just can't come over here with your Paleo, Indio, Hebrewish concepts without putting it to the test. We got to see if you battle ready. Come on, Cletus. Press 1. I think the people is tired of these lame ass, goddamn talking shit. Put it to the test. 424-209-9506. Until then, you see, be quiet. Until then, just watch the film.
The 1893 Chicago World's Fair was a triumph, but the
1893. Press 1. You hear me, Cletus? Press 1. 1893. That's 1893 is 10 years after you came out this Paleo Indian uniform. Press 1. Hit the today is y'all day today. I want all smoke. Los Angeles. You on the air?
What's up, Kev?
Mr. Gillespie.
Can you hear me?
Professor, please.
Can you hear me?
Professor, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Kalab. I was calling in.
So what's up?
Nothing much. So what I'm saying is, we already know they stole everything from us.
How do we know? How do we know that?
Because of the scriptures.
Sir, how do we know and when did this happen?
That's what I'm saying. So, according to the Bible, because I believe in the Bible, according to the Bible, we're going to lose our history and we're going to lose everything because we didn't follow God's laws. So, we're the people of the book. We're Israel. So, what happened...
Wait, say that again?
So, because I believe in the scriptures, I believe we're Israel. And according to the Bible, it said we're going to lose everything because we didn't follow God's laws. So that's why, since I believe we're Israel and we're original Hebrews, that's why I believe I'm a Hebrew. And I believe we're scattered in all nations. So these new terms, the Indian and
no.
English,
when, sir, give us when you just jumping around. When did they take everything from us?
Well, we went back and forth. I mean, since the beginning of the Bible,
I'm talking about time frame. When did this happen?
That's what I'm trying to say. It happened numerous times where we try to come back as a nation. We build up.
I'm talking about this one right here. I'm talking about right here.
Okay, so from my understanding, the last time we had the transatlantic slave trade and all that.
What's that?
That's when we got scattered in all nations.
What's the transatlantic slave trade? What's that?
Basically, when we went into slavery, according to the Bible, we're going to get scattered all over the place.
Sir.
So that happened around.
Sir. Did he say he was going to put you in the transatlantic slave trade? Did he say that?
No, it did. Well, according to the Bible, it said we're going to get scattered in all nations. And as far as my understanding, looking at history, when they did the transatlantic slave trade, that's not the only one, but when they did that, they was able to scatter us in all different nations and pretty much be enslaved.
So you believe that all your people was put on the boat and sent to America?
Not all. Because
so you believe your people...
Like, for example, when you were talking about the Solomon Temple...
One second. Do you feel that your people was put on the boat and sent from Africa to America?
Some. And we also had proof, that's what I'm saying, when you was talking about Solomon's Temple yesterday, when Solomon, when he was a king, he had all 12 tribes together. But when they took him down, we got separated.
But I was saying that was a hypothesis, and I was saying, what if Solomon's Temple was here? So that
that's a possibility.
If that's the case, coming from Africa, it'll be us being expelled somewhere else from Americas, maybe.
True.
From the continental Americas. So was there ever an exodus with the royals from the Americas, or the people of those colonies out of America, or anything like that?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we was all over the place. So what I'm saying is, what they try to do to us is confuse us where is what. So that's why I'm watching the show. We all trying to figure out this all together. So that's why I'm looking at oh, was it over here or was it over there? That's what I'm trying to figure out as well.
Is what
So,
is
like
what
I
over
said,
where and where over what?
So again, that's why I always bring it back to the Bible. If you look in the Bible, when Solomon was king, he had ships going everywhere. He had a powerful army. He was the smartest man on the earth. He knew about the Americas. He knew about all these
How
different
you know
locations.
he knew about the Americas? Was he in the Americas?
Well, it says in the Bible, his ships went all over. And of course, if you look into the Bible, it tells you different locations and regions. I'm saying everything I'm talking about is what I believe.
No,
through faith.
you don't have to go. You explain it. So are the King Solomon have steamships or row your boat ship?
Well, I ain't that smart to figure out. But obviously, he had some ships that was able to go from all over. And matter of fact, the king of I think his name was Tyree. He was part of the Navy, and he was building all these ships for him. So he had ships that went to different regions. And like, for example, it's a scripture where he said he had ships that you should travel for 3 years. It'll travel for a year and a half to a different location, pick up all this stuff. Then it'll come back with all kind of different things like peacocks, turkeys, and all that. So he knew about different regions and what he needed from them, how long it would take to go and come back. So I believe, since they said Solomon was the smartest man ever, he knew about all these locations. He knew where the people was. He knew all this. So that's why I came to the conclusion that he knew about America. Our people possibly came over here, set up shop. That's what I believe. So the issue is trying to figure out who are the Native Americans, if they are us or not, or did they plant these people there and say they was there when they really wasn't there, or did they actually, they had a little land bridge, the Bering Strait that they walk over? That's what we all trying to figure out, because
That's what I'm breaking down on my history lessons. Is a lot of them, came from the Bering Strait. That was a long time ago. But when we talking the biggest influx of Native Americans was in the 1900s after the war, by way of Ellis Island and other mechanisms that allowed these people to nationalize themselves and stay put, and other means. But all of this took place in the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like I can't pinpoint the actual date because they try to trick us on all that. And then another thing is, when they said they had all these Indian wars over here that America was fighting, because if you look it up, it said America had been fighting all these wars forever. So the question is that us black folks they fight, or is it really the ones on the reservation fighting? Because my thing is, the people on the reservation, they can't do nothing. They been getting their ass kicked forever. And
The people on the reservations are the Indians, and those are the ones who submitted to the foreign banking federalized policymakers. So they've taken the communistic approach. They got their hands out and they just grew from within. You can recruit from that all day if you know a nigga fight for a meal.
But see, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. They got their hand out and they gave up, but they make it seem like they was the ones that was fighting the whole time, and we was over here not doing nothing. That's what I'm saying. That's where they're trying to trick us at. I believe we was the ones fighting.
Fighting who? Fighting where?
Fighting in America, but fighting against the powers that came over that took over.
So the Americans, the colonial Americans, was fighting against the foreign occupiers. That's what you want to say.
Yeah, but when you call them Americans, they try to separate us and say, okay, these are Native Americans fighting, make it seem like we wasn't even over here.
Well, they didn't become Native Americans until they were federalized in what year?
I don't know the year.
That's what you got to figure out. So you
I don't know the year.
So you can hold them to that.
Like I said, I just know they try to always, according to the Bible, they stole our shit.
No. That's cool. But we're not talking in the Bible now. We're talking in the physical. So, boom. You can nail them in that time. Because if I ask you what time was this, you're going to say, well, I don't know. So
Yeah, I don't know that.
you got to develop the timeline in which you are coming up with these theories so you can begin to X these things off yourself. That just takes work.
Right.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. You'll be all right.
Yeah, so I'm going to look that up. And like I said, I'm in the chat.
So what is the Paleo Hebrew? What is this thing you're talking about?
So again, it goes back to the Bible. Like we was given the laws, we was given everything, and we're the original Hebrews. And like I said, Moses told us if we don't follow these laws, we're gonna get our ass kicked.
Where did Moses get them laws? Where did he get those from?
He got it from God when he was on that I can't remember what mountain he was on, but he went and talked to him for 40
These are the laws, man. Where did he get the laws from?
From God.
Where?
I can't remember what mountain. It was somewhere over there.
Over where?
I think is it Mount Moriah? It's not over here.
How you know it's not over here?
Well, from my understanding,
you don't got understanding. Your understanding come from your teachers.
I go by what the scripture says.
Sir, whoever taught you the scripture. Whoever taught you the scripture.
I can't remember the mountain, but he got it. He got it.
It's called Mount Sinai. Is in the chat room.
Yeah. And then he went up there, talked to him, and then
where's
he came
Mount
down.
Sinai at, sir?
Huh?
Where is Mount Sinai, sir?
Again, from my understanding, it's over there in Africa.
Where in Africa? Africa wasn't Africa back then. Where is it?
Okay, well then, I don't know the name of whatever reason you want.
You don't know what you believe and where it was.
No, I do believe.
Okay.
That's what it says.
Okay.
It says, I believe
where is Mount Sinai, sir?
It's over there in Africa.
Why is not over here?
I just don't believe it's over here because when you look at a boundary that says we're supposed to have, from this lake to that, all the way to here, from my understanding, when you look at the map, it showed you it's over there. And I'm not saying that it can't be over here.
Don't explain your way out. I know what you're not saying. I'm saying be easy. Why having your mind said to you, what I'm really saying is, why couldn't Mount Sinai, is there a Mount Sinai in the Americas?
It could be.
You ever tried to figure it out?
Yeah, I try to look up different maps. Like I look into the older maps.
No. You ever just looked at Mount Sinai in America? You ever just did that?
No.
Just Google. Why not? I'm doing it right now with you on the phone.
I just think I Googled I Googled was it Utah, and it took me over here to Utah, but
No. I said
I just didn't
Sinai.
Google.
I don't want to hear
Google that
about Judah and Utah and nothing.
I didn't Google that one.
Why? That's where Moses got the law. Nigga, no. Where Nipsey live at?
Where Nipsey live at?
On Crenshaw Slauson, right? Everybody know that. So where did Moses get the law? Mount what?
Sinai.
Okay, now where is that?
I'm on the phone. I can't Google it. Did you Google it? Where did it say?
That's for you. I got one right here in New York.
Wow. I didn't know that.
What you mean you didn't know that?
You just said you Googled. I said I never Googled that. I said I didn't know that. I didn't know it was one in New York.
Now you
just like I got to look up the Indian thing we talked about. I got to look it up.
Look what Indian thing up.
When they got federalized.
Oh yeah. You got to look that up.
That's true. So I got two things I already broke down.
More to look up. You got a lot to look up. But Mount Sinai is in New York. They got one in Utah, I believe.
So that's two locations.
Yeah. So like as I was telling the brother yesterday, a lot of these places that they sing about that's in Africa was here before it was even incorporated in Europe and North Africa or whatever they saying this stuff was. Thing about it is when it was incorporated, they're all corporations.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the creation of those states when they're incorporated.
So let me ask you a question. So you just believe everything happened over here, and we was always here, and
what I offer is, what I say is, it's quite possible that everything they said they did over there really was going on right here, and all of these little wars they said they had with each other was really going on with you. That's a high probability at this stage.
Yeah, that's what we all trying to figure out. That's the mystery. So that's what I'm saying. You said call in, so I was like, I'm gonna call in. You know, I ain't scared to call in.
That's right.
I just want to talk about what I believe and what's going on with me. Bye. Okay, see y'all later. Have fun.
Bye, y'all. Happy birthday.
Yeah, that was my kids.
Yeah, shout out to you.
But so like I was saying, so. Like, I'm not scared to, say what I need to say. So I'm trying to figure it out. They did a wonderful job, and I'm trying to figure it out.
They did a wonderful job.
Yeah, they did. Just like, for example, the Bible said they're going to change landmarks names. They didn't change the ocean names around.
They don't flip the whole compass around, north, south, east, and west. So you got to
exactly. So I'm trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah, the whole nautical base of people what they think is off. So yeah,
most definitely, because I think they even talk about supposedly in Egypt when you go north is south and south is north, and so they fucked us all up.
we gonna get to Egypt real soon, man. Thank you for calling in and being brave and speaking your piece. If you feel me, thank you for that.
Yeah, it's all good, man. So I'll keep watching.
Of course, thank you, champ. Los Angeles, California. Up is down, down is up, Baphomet type of shit. But look, without all that, without jumping into all the conspiracy stuff, let's go to Chicago and let's see exactly what they're trying to tell us what was going on. Because again, our teachers would tell us we came from Africa. We was beat down in the 1800s. We ain't did nothing. I'm asking, where all the black people at? Ain't no way that this white lady sitting up on the screen dressed like this and black people was with chains around their neck somewhere in Africa being shipped over here and all this great prosperity is going on. Not the truth whatsoever. Not the truth whatsoever. So that's the point of this, is to show you there's no way you are one of the most intelligent, innovative, creative people, and they were the ones living like this with little umbrellas walking around. You gotta turn your niggerism on. I'm sorry, y'all. You gotta really turn your on right now. Ain't no way y'all the flyest people walking around. You belong way back then with the palaces. That's a palace on this damn screen. You don't know what a palace is. You just know the county building. You just know where to get the food stamps from. I say they had many mansions back then. There's mansions like Birdman and no. This is a mansion. When Jesus said, "My Father have many mansions," this is what he was talking about. This type of stuff, but heavenly, but this type of stuff. You feel me? Many mansions. 9, 12 bedroom, no. with 4 bathroom, badass kids and friends and pool table. No. There's a whole fucking economy going on. There's a whole community. There's a whole family community. Money being made all around this bitch. Press one. They came over here. How they got this and riding around with horse carriages, bumping into each other, not knowing how to drive cars and automobiles, just driving around like they just got, because they did just get here. It's important you recognize that. To not recognize that means you got low confidence in your own people. Forget self-help. Hate, you got low confidence. You don't believe your people can do nothing. they ever existed. Last time your people was on top was way, 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 way back with Mansa Musa in Africa. We're here. Kev is going to show you. Chicago, 1800. I'm talking palaces, and I'm telling you all of this was destroyed. All of it. You see how big the city is behind this? That's a whole world back there. Them is real homes back there. Real prosperity going on outside this place. Look like Disneyland, don't it? They had them all over the place. Where was the Indians at when this was going on? Excuse me, Lydia, I'm sorry, but Mount Sinai in Utah is very big. I don't know what you're talking about. Actually, it's more accurate in height and measurements than the one you're talking about. So yes. And ain't nothing better than the West Coast. I'm talking the West Coast, the way the sun hit, all that, yeah, palm trees, that sound like some God to give his people to the whole thing. Yeah, right after the flood, it was over there. But we'll get to it. Lydia. You'll have time to call in and voice your opinion. Mr. Gillespie, KevRow University, on the air, what up?
Mr. Gillespie, boy, you doing your thing, boy, you dropping goddamn jewels, bro.
Talk to me.
Yeah, man, I just was tuning in, man. I had caught a little bit. I be working a lot, right? So between that and fucking with them stocks, man, I be going through a lot, you know what I'm saying? Not nothing negative, but all positive. But, man, I caught a little bit of what y'all was talking about yesterday and the previous day, man. You just opened up that third eye a little bit more, man. My job was probably at 5%. It went up about 6%, man, with that goddamn Amber Room, bro. That shit serious, fam.
Elevated to knowledge now. Oh, my goodness.
Man, I'm elevated a little bit more now, bro.
Don't hurt you. Don't hurt you.
Nah, but you dropping it, bro. You dropping it like on earth as it is in heaven, man. Like you were just saying, bro, with all the jewels and all that they got, man. That's for us, man. The blacks, bro. That's for us, bro. Our reparations, bro. All that gold and all that, man. That the government, with all what they got going on. I don't know how to talk proper like how you be dropping it, how you be giving it. You feel me? But I understand, bro. I can see it.
You make me laugh.
Hey, nah, bro, but it's just like some real nigga shit on this end. You feel me? Straight from Florida. I talked to you one time before, but
shout out to
bro,
Florida.
You dropping them jewels,
shout
bro.
Out to Florida, man. You just made my soul smile. You just said I.
Hey, look, bro. Like hey, look. I don't want to slow you down from what you got going on, bro, because you dropping them jewels, bro. But I just had to call and let you know, bro. Like us real niggas, like some real niggas, bro. We understand, bro. We can see where you going with it,
shout
man.
Out to you, champion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My man, it's just a hilarious. These people are hilarious. You can't make this. You can't make this shit up, man. He reminded me of that one comedian who be talking from Florida. He believe in God and stuff like that. So who is that? Who he remind me of? That's what make my stomach laugh. Y'all be talking in this. Y'all morph into these characters I don't see it on Instagram or some goddamn weird. What's his name? You want to be rolling around, he believe in God, that funny ass comedian. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air.
Mr. KevRow, how are you doing?
Mr. Gillespie.
Okay, sir, I got you.
My man.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and build on what you were talking about. I don't think it's so much that, of course, they lied about the map, and that's where their geography goes wrong. It's because being from up north and being a truck driver, I've been to places that definitely going into the regions that it gets colder, and like you said, the West Coast. I think the problem is that we forget that the maps are inaccurate, and there's a lot of lost cities underwater, and that's because over time, the geographics of the whole world was different, meaning that this is Africa. You know, we're in the northern part of Africa, like if you go by New York.
What you mean by
and those
the
things.
older geographic part of what do you mean?
Like, well, if you look at the map, it looks like a puzzle.
When? Okay, when? Let me get this. Let me fix my screen first. When? Because we talking about a specific period of time. When was it all Africa or this other stuff, man? Come on.
This is like ancient times. Like if you look at the map, it's literally pieces missing. That's why it looks like they do that on purpose to make it seem like it's mostly water and just a little bit of land.
I get where you're going, but what does that have to do with this time frame? Because I don't want you to blend these time frames with Pangea, which happened billions of years ago.
Right. No, well, I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is, if the land mass was different, then you would know what you're saying is accurate, meaning that all the structures that you're pointing out has been here a long time ago.
I'm not saying the land masses was different billions of years ago. That's why I'm right about the 1900s and things of this nature. I'm saying they reversed things. Not that we were all connected in some mega city and then there's a sunken town somewhere. I don't know, nor is that a part of the subject matter. I saw that on Aquaman, and that's real good. It's real good.
No, that's not what I'm talking about, man. I'm talking about what I'm talking about exactly what you're talking about. No, I'm talking about the structures of what you're pointing out. What I'm saying is
that these are underwater, correct?
No.
All right,
what I'm saying is those structures that you're putting on the picture, like the Indians and all that stuff, those structures that you're talking about on today's subject, I'm saying they were here. Like you said, there's pyramids in the Grand Canyon.
This structure that I'm showing is in Chicago. It's called Chicago. We know this. I don't even want to go to no pyramid. I want to stay right here at the World Fairs.
Mm-hmm. Well, that structure, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's part of Africa.
Where? This structure?
That's not Chicago. We call it Chicago.
Oh, it's Africa.
Right. This is all Africa that we're...
Well, it's not... I remember... Listen, I'm going to show a video where you may be correct about Africa being here and the Congo, which is insane that you brought that up. But because there is a World Fair video, I've actually caught a glimpse, and I had to pause it. It said Little Africa. I said, what? Okay, this is great. So you may be onto something with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I was saying is that what we're calling Chicago, and this is Africa.
It may be.
That's why what you were saying about...
That'll change world history. That'll change our perspective of self-hate or Africa, and because they created Africa, the scramble for Africa happened in the mid-1900s.
Right. So what I'm saying is when you were saying about Chicago, I'm saying that this is Africa, and that's why all the pyramids, those structures you're pointing out, everything is in America where black people were already here already. Even in the place that they call so-called Africa now, there's 54 different countries and millions of dialects. So we were already here, and that's where they get the confusion to make it seem like Africa is somewhere else.
Okay, I don't know if maybe Africa is not I don't know. It wouldn't be a whole country.
No, remember, Africa is not the original name of our people's land. That's something that they colonized and gave us.
No,
so I don't know personally the original name of what we would call, our thing. But I'm just saying, as far as just to keep it simple, they're calling that so to make it seem like, again, like you said about politics and money. If I make you believe that you're a visitor, then you don't even know you're home. So you don't even know that you own this stuff.
Well,
I make it seem like you came from somewhere else.
You black, and then you're a foreigner legally. You're placing.
There you go. Exactly. Right.
They'll just beat you legally with your own law, and you
exactly.
You just step out of your position.
Right. I mean, how come in America? How come that sounds perfect? I mean, how come if you know that in America, like Memphis and stuff, those are names over there. in Africa. Those are ancient names that we name our city street. Why do white people, supremacists, name streets over here ancient Egypt names like Memphis? That's not from here. That's nothing they came with. That's from over there.
Unless
So I think it was already here.
Yeah, unless it was.
Right. It was already here. And they know that. They got that in D.C. where I worked at for a time. They got the Olmecs, the heads. They got all the statues, the Sphinx. They got all that here.
But was it called Africa as a nation?
No, that's what I mean. They put a name on it.
Okay.
Yeah, they put a name on it.
I got you.
Yeah.
My man, thank you for
I'm just
calling.
using it in layman's terms.
Okay,
no problem.
We'll go into further dialogue later on, but thank you for the call, champ.
No problem. Thank you.
My man, you can learn many things from different people. I just want them to talk. Keep talking. No matter what agree, you can always learn things. You can just learn by, okay, because I've seen Little Africa in one of these little World Fair videos, and it had me like, thinking hard and thinking back on how the Russians were trying to divide up Africa in the 40s, 50s and shit. But they saw the Congo of Africa as being here. And this is where the don't tread on me like shit came from. The snake ability of the church per se at the time that's trying to slither its way and through constriction and fucking boa constrict the beneficiaries of the trust, the heirs of common law, freedom. Press 1. 4 days. You can't be owned by a corporation nor a church, not even an incorporated church of a 5013C. So it's all illegal once the application of law is applied, sir. That's the problem right here. We're focusing on entertainment and not the process of being free. We're wishing to be free, but freedom is just with an adjustment of attitude. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Mr. Gillespie, what's up? It's Sid.
Said, my man, Mr. Bernardo himself. What up, champ?
Yo, what you and the guy were just talking about?
Yeah.
It's really on point because I was looking at. Remember, I was talking about the 40 years yesterday, right?
The what?
The 40 years.
Okay, yeah.
So I got the World Fair wrong. It wasn't Chicago. Well, it could be Chicago, but it also could be St. Louis, the World Fair in 1904.
In 1904, yeah.
Yeah. So that would put the Japanese at the World Fair, and that would put King Leopold there with the largest human zoo. And St. Louis would be like Missouri. That would be on the west side of the Mississippi.
Is that Kansas City?
That would be the Congo. Missouri? I think so. Kansas City, Missouri.
It's in Missouri. Well, we were talking to the brother, the heartland of America would be.
Okay, so look at this.
Would be the Red Sea,
in 1904.
Red Army, the hunt for Red October. Press 1. Oh, we on the rampage. Come on, King.
Listen to this, Kev. So in 1904, wait, let me pull it up so I can say you right. So in 1904, you have a guy named Halford McKinder. He presents a paper on the geographical pivot of history to the Royal Geographical Society of London, in which he formulates the heartland theory, originating the study of geopolitics. That's where we get the current map that we have now.
Upside down, backward, left, right.
Right, and it puts all the power.
When you confuse it, you can actually throw a couple German words over it and make it look like you invading a whole different country when it's this one. But go ahead.
Correct, and it put all the power into the Asian continent.
Into
That's
the
why
Asian?
they say that society. Yes.
Gotcha.
Also, too, with the 40 years, you got 1904. You take 40 years from that, you got 1864. That's right before the assassination of Lincoln, the emancipation of the slaves. So this is what my thought is, Kev.
when they say that, when historians say that Christ died 40 years before the siege of Jerusalem, were they talking about Christ actually, like the person dying that was Christ? Or are they talking about the seat, like the office, actually going out of existence as it? Yes.
There you go. Yes, sir.
It's the seat lost power.
And the seat is given into
Rome. If you get to the Vatican, it's given
Peter,
to the Pope.
remember? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, the seat of Peter. When Christ
That fits
it
a
was
little
going to
better.
be given to him, they stole it.
Right.
Then we're dealing with more current events. You're dealing with the Ark of the Covenant being more accurate around this time. We were just talking about this yesterday.
Right.
That can
And St.
all
Louis
be
put,
within this frame.
yes, bro. St. Louis puts the Japanese, probably the Russians, and King Leopold all in the same place at the same time.
That's the St. Louis World Fair, right?
Right, and it has the same type buildings as Chicago because they're right across the water from each other.
What about Kentucky?
What do you mean? What about it?
What's there? Where is it?
It's above Tennessee.
It's above Tennessee.
It's right above Tennessee.
Nothing goes
I
on.
would want to say that's they have some fights there, but I'm not sure what's really out there. I've only drove through there. I've never really seen too much. But there's some fighting going on there, and I want to say that was part of Tennessee at one point.
Damn.
That will make that all Gillespie.
Why you say that? Because that's Rowan.
Yeah, all that before it was a border, you know. It would have to been willed to somebody. It have to be like a son. One of the sons was probably willed to that land, and it became Kentucky later on. But it was all in the same area. There was no dividing line at one point for that. Just like South Carolina.
All that Dixie line shit is just made up.
Oh yeah.
They incorporated different towns and incorporate the corporation itself split and divided. The North.
Yeah, because they would probably have to do something with like a travel passport or something to get across the Dixie line or something. You know, something to that nature.
That's what they was doing in The Man in the High Castle. They would have to go beyond different borders and present different papers.
Right, you have to have a passport to travel if you were in the sovereign.
Right. That's
I just had to throw that in there because it's crazy how it came up because I found the Heartland theory this morning, last night, looking at the St. Louis World Fair, and the guy came up where he just rearranged he basically established geopolitics, and it just tells where the wealth is,
what theory is
and they
that?
put it all in Asia.
The what theory?
Heartland theory. It's all in the same time period, though, Kev. You can see like how it all like led up to like 1913, and in 1933, how it all links together. It's all matched together. I can see it all like.
Oh my goodness!
The progression of it, you know.
Yeah, the progression of this specific. I wonder if the theory's Russian.
Is it Russian?
It has to be because they're the ones who did this.
Right.
Geographical.
I could look into the guy though.
Of History is an article.
He submitted to the Royal. What did it say though? Like, how could you do that if you weren't the Royal Geographical Society? Like, how could you do that? If
yeah, it'd be impossible.
If you're
He's
in
just a
conflict with
spy.
the king.
He's a spy.
Right.
That's what he is. He's a worker, and then over there he's back Russian. And whatever the transport back and forth with North Africa and the UK, what they call the UK today, is just insane. But because he's from over there, so it is the geographical pivot of history. So a pivot mean a switching, a change,
like a
change of
rotating
direction. So if it's a change,
They rotated it.
that'll fuck up a person's nautical ability to make sense of it. That's crazy.
Right. That mean, even what you saying
means
like
you're
that though,
lost
Kev,
at
that
sea and you don't even know.
maritime law, bro.
It's maritime law, bro. You're lost at sea. You're in a perilous state. Your nautical senses are all. Your maps are all fucked up, like Captain off of Captain Sparrow. His compass was all fucked up. He didn't know where he was going, but always found the spot.
True. Let me ask you this, too, Kev. I don't mean to change the subject, but
can do it.
it's on point what we're talking about now. Have you seen with the case that the Supreme Court is bringing up now?
What
The
is
Supreme Court versus Sackett?
Versus what?
Sackett. Sackett.
No. What is that?
They started court on Monday. They started Monday with the trial. So this family, they went and bought land someplace, and it had water by it. So the city, like the EPA, came in and told them that they can't use the land, they can't build their house there because of the water. Like riparian rights, right? So they took the EPA to the Supreme Court, and now they're trying to redefine navigable waters. They're redefining navigable waters, the definition of it, what it actually means.
Yeah, well, you can't navigate on a stream, on a pond.
Right. It's on swampland,
They were
Kev.
able to take over
It's
that
swampland.
way.
Right. And they're going to have to redefine it. So the Supreme Court, which being the supreme law, is redefining the word. It has to have an effect on maritime law also.
Right, because that
It's going on right now, Kev.
in my mind, shit like this
That's going on right now, Kev. It started Monday.
So shit like that is drain the swamp type of shit. Receive the water.
Yeah.
And lose sense of control. It's like a receding of the water, whichever argument it is. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, bro.
Changing that is pivotal.
Pivotal, bro. It's pivotal.
Yeah, so if you've been in that situation this whole time, and changing that will be a pivotal outcome, then the opposite will occur.
Right.
Which would be
They said they would come to a outcome. Yeah, they said they would have a decision probably early next year.
Yeah, because all this is happening fast.
Yeah.
From immigration to even what you're talking. I have no idea. I'm just freestyling the conversation based off of what it sounds like to me. It just sounds like an argument.
Bro, that's why I had to call in, bro, because it's just knowing what we study with you, bro. It's divine intervention, bro. What will make everybody be on the same page? Like
Italy
just
is
having
thinking,
like a conversation. Oh, it is.
Yeah. Well, Italy floats on what's that? On logs. That's crazy. I didn't know that. The whole
No, I didn't know that either.
everything over there is like floating on. What's that major stream that they all be streaming down? Is very romantic. The roads are all crammed up. There's lakes and going all through
with the canoes and things.
There you go. That right there.
I know what you're talking about. I know what it's called though.
Oh yeah, they said the water.
Yeah.
But it's all on logs and things of that nature. So that should be crazy.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, but let me get back to it, bro. I'm staying in tune. I'll call back.
My man, see you in a minute, champ. As my man said. Back to study time, no. I had a good breakfast, man. I had them French toast from Denny's, man.
There was a darker side. African Americans were excluded. Indigenous
They was excluded.
people were exhibited.
Wait a minute. Look, y'all. Look at this. Big place like this. This statement alone says we created this. Black people couldn't come, and Indians was living in teepees.
The 1893 Chicago World's Fair was a triumph, but there was a darker side. African Americans were excluded. Indigenous people were exhibited, and the fair would become forever
Who was that?
linked with a serial killer.
Oh my God, we just saw him. We just saw him. We just had a picture of him the other day. He came from the church. We just had a picture of where my This is incredible. We just had this guy.
Forever linked with a serial killer. This is the incredible story of the 1893
Look at this.
World's Fair.
1893. Remember cowboys and Indians, remember? 1893, come on.
The 1893 World's Fair was considered a remarkable achievement, not least because it took place just 22 years after Chicago was gutted by fire.
It took place right after 22 years after Chicago was gutted by fire. Press 1. These places was right here.
Between October 8th and 10th, 1871, a huge inferno ripped through the mostly wooden city.
A huge inferno ripped through the mostly wooden city. Press 1.
From Chicago.
Coffee and Kush TV Coop from Chicago. Talk to me, King.
Hey, what's going on, Professor? Real quick, I don't want to take up too much time, but that guy you just put up on the screen with the bowler cap on, you like, who is this? I don't know if I'm wrong, but I believe that's H.H. Holmes. They said he's a serial killer, right?
I guess so.
All right, so it's rumored that H.H. Holmes did a lot of work in Chicago, and you say he might be one of the actors, one of the generals. I forgot what they call, but he could be, one of the presidents impersonated. Anyway, I'm digressing, but
I know what you mean. Go ahead.
yeah. Point is though, they also said H.H. Holmes is Jack the Ripper, and Jack the Ripper is a member of the royal family. So this is all kind of tying up. It's all the loose ends are coming back around to each other.
Interesting.
That's all I wanted to ask, Professor. That's all.
Thank you.
A little quick thought.
My man. Thank you for that.
National Geographic reports that an estimated
This is destruction.
300 people were killed and 17,500 structures were destroyed.
17,500 structures. 17,500 structures. And only 300 people dead. Look at this, family. Look at this. 17,000 structures. Over 17,000 structures. And only 300 people. 17,000 structures. Yeah. 10 years after that, 20, this right here. Come on.
The cost of the damage was around $200 million. With 90,000 of the city's 324,000 residents now homeless, looting broke out. Martial law was also declared on October 11th and lasted for several weeks. However, Chicago's leaders saw an opportunity to rebuild a bigger, better, more fireproof city.
What's those bodies in there?
Fortunately, the railroads and meat plants, Chicago's main industry, were still intact. New laws required buildings to be constructed of fireproof materials, although it took another smaller fire in 1874 to convince architects and builders to take these measures seriously.
Oh, it was more fires there. Oh, now we got to take this seriously after we've been ordered to do this. Oh.
In 1890, Chicago beat rivals New York, Washington, D.C., and St. Louis in the contest to host the 1893 World's Fair.
Really? When they say host the World Fair, does that mean the buildings was constructed at the World Fair too? We want let's build this real quick for the carnival.
The city ultimately raised more money.
Look at him. He looked like the nigga that was in the hat. He looked like H.H. with the hat.
Than its rivals, from wealthy investors including Marshall Field, the city and state, and ordinary citizens. The organizers' first priority was design.
Hold on. Designed around the. Look at this. I want y'all to really pay attention to this. Because if this was in China, you would be saying you want to go. If I would say, no, that's not you. I got to go to China to see the.
designing and constructing the landscape that the fair would take place upon. For this, they hired America's most famous landscape artist, Fred.
It's the same motherfucker again, right here. Ain't no difference between none of them. How they hiring this dirtbag who looks like this? How they this American painter and American inventor when they got the American inventors? They got the masons. They got the builders. Press one. How is it? The Russians don't say, oh, we know how to do it.
Rick Law Olmsted and his business partner Harry Codman, who sadly died before he could see their plans come to fruition. The pair organized their design around a series of artificial lagoons and waterways, complete with artificial islands.
Remember I told y'all, complete with artificial islands. Remember I told y'all those things at the top of the buildings? Those are all over there now.
One of the main attractions was the basin, a huge pond in the Court of Honor, which featured the 65-foot gold-gilded statue of the Republic, a robed woman holding a globe and a staff. Guests could travel between exhibits by traditional Venetian-style gondolas or on...
Right there. So what was going on over there was going on right here. I said what was going on over there was going on right here. We were just talking about these things. Listen, brother, you got to go. I don't know who you are, but you got to go. I don't care about fast talking or none of that. We way past the Bible and all that. We past that. We on these congressional buildings that look like palaces with phalluses sitting right in our faces. It's a phallus sitting right here. An Egyptian phallus sitting right here in front of our face.
Newfangled electric-powered boats. Several boats also served as attractions in
electric-powered boat.
their own right. The Viking was a traditional Viking ship that was built in Norway and sailed across the Atlantic to New York.
Now, would this boat sail across the Atlantic to New York? But Dan Calloway agreed with these people that this little ass boat will sail across the Atlantic all the way over here.
Shame.
You gotta be a fool. That's why you thought you was a slave. Because a man tell you he'll sail the 7 seas. These people would tell. Oh, you can't see the boat. Sorry, this is the boat here, y'all. This the boat.
Shame.
This is the boat.
Shame. Shame.
Nigga had electric boats, but the Viking boat sailed all the way across that Atlantic Ocean with Negroes. Press one. This is why your mind is messed up. This is why right here. This little ass boat. That's y'all problem. Y'all really think canoes can ship across the damn Atlantic Ocean. Children will be embarrassed to repeat this in school, G. This is sad.
Then on to Chicago. PBS reports that there was also a Japanese dragon boat and replicas of Columbus's 3 ships.
Oh, the Nina Pinta and the Santa Maria. They got electric boats over there. But the Nina Pinta and the Santa Maria, press one. You see where y'all little history stories come from?
Shame.
Nigga, the
Shame.
Truman Show. The Harry S. Truman Show. That's what you get right there. Full of just stupid propaganda. Full of it.
Olmsted took special pride in the fair's gardens, and one country in particular benefited from his obsession. The Japanese pavilion stood on the wooded island, looking out on a small garden known as the Japanese or Osaka Garden, complete with cherry trees. The fair's organizers appointed legendary Chicago architect Daniel Burnham as
Daniel Burnham, this nigga looked Theodore Roosevelt when he was young and president.
chief of construction, and he assembled the Avengers of 19th century American architecture.
The Avengers. Oh my gosh. Now we know what they are protecting. Press one.
Architects. Ironically, for a fair that was supposed to celebrate American achievements, they agreed on the European neoclassical style for the exposition's main focal point.
Oh, that's funny. For it to be so American, they sure did focus on European Brit style. Press 1. They sure did capitalize off of. Okay.
The Court of Honor. This was made up of enormous halls that hosted the exhibitions deemed most exemplary. These included the Machinery Hall, the Architectural Building,
Look.
and the Manufacturers and Liberal Arts Building. All the buildings were painted white, hence they were collectively referred to as the White City. As
Press 1. Oh, everything was white. Press 1. The White City.
beautiful as the buildings were, they were only designed to be temporary.
Most as beautiful as whatever you thought you saw, they was only there to be designed temporarily. Yeah, they was designed to fall apart and crumble. Yeah, don't worry about it. No, the master designer, the little dude with the coat on that you saw right here, thinking hard. Yeah, he put it together. He was so masterful. Cause you can pack that shit up, put it in a suitcase, and take it on your way.
Were made from a mixture of plaster, cement, and a fibrous material called staff. But even after the fair had been dismantled, the legacy of the whites.
No. Niggas fought harder at the Alamo.
City continued. It led to a renewed interest in neoclassical architecture, and it may have influenced the creation of another equally imaginative place. According to the Chicago Tribune, the dazzling achievements of the White City potentially inspired Wizard of Oz author and Chicago resident L. Frank Baum to...
Shame. Shame.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we got him, G. Now, what a coinky dink. Shout out to whoever this is in my Cash App, Taj, for I'm 10 minutes behind. Love how you roll it. Shout out to Taj Payton out there in the world, Tiffany Jones and Timothy Pittman. Shout out to all three of y'all in my Cash App. Now, what is going on here? What in God's name did I just hear? This is insane, family. We'd go for anything.
According to the Chicago Tribune, the dazzling achievements of the White City potentially inspired Wizard of Oz author and Chicago resident L. Frank Baum to create the book's Emerald City. The 1889 Paris...
Why would it be white, but emerald? Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air. What up?
Yes, good morning, my brother. This is Brother Jamil from New Jersey by way of Macon, Georgia.
Shout
I
out
just
to
wanted to
Shout out
How
to
you
you.
doing, my brother?
I'm good.
It's always a pleasure talking to you, man. I get inspired every day. But I wanted to bring out, I brought something out to your attention when you were talking about the fort, the Fort Knox.
Okay.
And Fort Knox, it made me come back, and I was doing some thinking yesterday, and I said Fort Knox, and I said the Amber Room, and I Googled both of them. I said Fort Knox and the Amber Room. And then what came up was the Solomon Knot. And I looked at it because what made me look at that and search that, I was looking at the angle of the picture.
The Solomon Knot.
Yeah, the Solomon Knot is the square inside the square.
Yeah, it's kind of like an X.
Yes, and if you look at the building itself, it's a square inside of a square. The Fort Knox and stuff. So I said, yo, what is the coincidence that they have the structure, the symbolism of Solomon's Knot and Fort Knox? So it made the relationship that you were drawing yesterday, it made it even more closer because now it shows the reality that that's a possibility.
You mean the building of the temple exactly made the foundation? Got you.
Yeah. Yeah, so I said that was important information to draw reference from to look at, and I wanted to share.
Well, you see within the knot is what they call the Nazi logo.
Yeah,
I
seen that too.
You see that? So does that make okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
these are fighters of the sun, the black sun. I mean, that's what the swastika and all of this means. And if you're bringing in Solomon's knot, you're looking at a code.
A code,
Because it's
yes.
it's really a lock.
It's a
knot.
message for them.
It's a tie of some sort. Yes.
Because Roosevelt knew he wasn't going to be around long enough to see his people through this, and that was a cover-up and message. They always hit in symbols. They hit messages in symbols so they can be able to communicate their future generation. That's what storytelling, they're telling from Mother Goose to Little Red Riding Hood.
Yeah, right. All of these are mere stories and hiding the truth. I get that.
Yes. I just wanted to share that with you, brother. You're
Thank you
doing
for
an
that,
excellent job. Keep it up. Don't let nobody discourage you. Believe me, you got the forces with you. Both. Physically, you got the forces with you. And spiritually, you got the forces. Don't worry about nothing, brother.
Well,
we have your back.
Well, thank you for that, champion. Thank you for that.
Brother.
My man. So y'all see the top of this building. This ain't just white. Press 1. This ain't just white up here. And this is the same flag that them brothers had at the Hellfighters. Press 1. That's the flag right there. I also noticed this American flag is a lie. You got to go with George Washington flag. Press 1. You got to go with Commonwealth. Every state must be free. You can't have no other government but Commonwealth. This is insane. This gotten stupid. You just saw Meek Mill and Gavin Newsom get up. We'll talk politics later. We get up there. Don't worry about it.
World's Fair had shown off electric lighting, but the 1893 exposition took
This look like
the 1880 reimagined took place. According to the Chicago Tribune, the dazzling achievements of the White City potentially inspired Wizard of Oz author and Chicago resident L. Frank Baum to create the book's Emerald City. The 1889 Paris World's Fair had shown off electric lighting, but the 1893 exposition took the electric revolution to the next level. Most Americans had still never encountered this seemingly magical technology before, and
I told you. Most Americans, the seemingly magical technology before. You know what this was? Listen.
they got a dramatic introduction. At the fair's opening on May 1st, President Grover Cleveland pushed a button and the electrical power turned on.
Grover Cleveland spanked me on 2 non-consecutive occasions.
Hundreds of
Crazy.
thousands of lights illuminated the buildings of the White City. It was the first World's Fair lit solely by electricity, but the
I had no idea.
spectacle went even further than that. A whole exhibition hall was dedicated to electricity. Guests could witness innovations such as electric sewing machines,
Now you telling me that all these inventions, none of these people seen this shit before? You telling me all these inventions? I just lined up, okay, these people ain't never seen these inventions before? That look like somebody ain't been around. That's all that means. You haven't been around. Shout out to Mr. Ibram. Sir, shout out to you, King. My man. That means you ain't been around. If this is seeming godly and crazy, you ain't been around. You wasn't here. This is all new to you. This is like, oh shit. The beach is new. The homes is new. The TVs is new. The home, the car is new. It's like a reset. It's like you got a bunch of people just riding horses and this car is around. What the fuck? That ain't what the cowboy movie said. The cowboy movie didn't bring up horses and carriages with cars. They said that was advanced into technology. Press 1. So it's up to you to say why you are etched out of whose it is. And that's what thieves do. They take stuff and they make up frivolous stories about where they got your PlayStation controller from. What is my son PlayStation games and controller doing in your son's house? Well, my son don't take nothing. Well, let's get to the truth of why it's in there. Unless you... I don't know, but why is it there? Oh no, we dug this out the trunk of Adolf Hitler. No, sir, if it's not yours, that's not your trunk. That's Adolf Hitler's, right? And you must get that documented and return it back to where his ass stole it from. You don't just make up stories and say, oh, Hitler, this must be the shit Hitler stole from us. Oh, we just take it back. Hitler took that from somewhere else.
Irons, laundry machines, an early fax machine.
Look at this. Fax machine, laundry machine, to clean yourself. Oh, my goodness.
Innovations such as electric sewing machines, irons, laundry machines, an early fax machine, and electric chairs. There was also the world's first moving sidewalk.
Oh, my goodness.
Predecessor of the ones used in airports today. All this electricity was provided by one of history nerds' favorite inventors. Yes, the 1893...
Look, that's him again. They giving Tesla all of the credit. Piece of shit. Nikolai, press 1. The inventor of the electricity. He did it, but he just got it. You see how fast it shifted? We didn't even wear those type of clothes. That looked like the Hamburglar. That looked like Wimpy. That looked like Adolf Hitler. That's who Tesla looked like. A Polish, Scandinavian Adolf Hitler. And this looked like that dude that I put up, press 1 in my pictures all the time, is changing his goddamn identity. Let me find it right now so y'all don't... So y'all, you know, you got to hit them where it hurt. Let me find that picture and make sure people understand. That look like one of them dudes, right? From the side. Man, you gotta watch these dudes. They real swift. Press 1. You gotta watch these dudes. They're real swift. Let's go to the database. Press 1. Heinrich. God damn it.
Shame. Shame.
You in trouble.
Shame.
I'm taking all this
Shame.
info to God himself. This is
Shame.
a shame. A total shame, sir. So, yep, that's him. Get the warrant. Press 1. Get the warrant. Yep. I knew you was gonna make sense one way or another. Press. My information always hits. We can watch a movie tomorrow to talk about. We gonna find these actors. Press 1. We gonna find the Russian. There ain't no plausible deniability. Press 1. We gonna find them. Your presidents are nothing more than Russians, the Nazi, Russian exterminists, eugenists. Press 1. To attack the trust of the beneficiaries. Press 1. You gotta know this, G. I'm proving it to you. I'm not on no dang Callaway. I'm showing you right now how they did it.
The exposition is part of Nikola Tesla's unbelievable real-life story. Tesla sold his patents for an electrical system based on AC current to George Westinghouse.
George sold his... Wait, Nikolai sold his shit to... This how you get robbed. This is why y'all paying attention to rap music so much. Because you couldn't see the robbery. This is the robbery, the heist.
House used them to undercut rival Thomas Edison's General Electric Company and win the bid to supply electricity to the exposition.
Wait, that's not what you said in the beginning, you fast-talking foreigner. That's not what he said.
But Edison still had a presence at the fair. It was the first time many visitors ever saw a light bulb, and he showed...
We just saw Ben Vinegar. Press 1. This is what I'm saying. This is the first time I ever seen a light bulb. Sir, they have a whole electric grid going on. They push the button, everything lit up. Press 1. But now they ain't never seen a light bulb. How did they see the light bulb when it's all electric?
Shame. Shame.
Y'all just
Shame.
compile lies on lies on lies, and the shit don't hit the heavens.
Off his kinetoscope, an early device showing moving pictures. Although World's Fairs were supposed to unite people from different countries, there were also opportunities to show off what your city and country was capable of.
Like war stuff?
Kind of like the Olympics. Chief of Construction Dan.
Let me ask them something. While World War I and World War II and the Great War was going on in real life in y'all countries, why are y'all presidents and dignitaries over here showing off y'all military might in America at the same damn time? Press 1. I mean, if y'all having this much war and conflict and you broadcasting black men, Negroes, come protect and help, press 1. Why are y'all, when they leave, y'all friends huddled up at the World Fairs, shooting guns with each other, playing cowboys and Indians, being racist over here? Why everybody? Like, I don't get how you're at war over there, but you're so friendly with each other right here in the Americas at the time where y'all just was fighting right there with each other. That's why I don't get Japan, America, USSR, and Germany, and China and shit fighting each other in World War I and II. Where in World War I, they was our friends. They just switched friendships and start fighting again and said, here goes some more history. I don't believe these historical, I don't give a fuck about no battles. I didn't get one. We not the children of pensions of war. Y'all stole every goddamn thing. Press 1. I don't want to know nothing. I don't want no money, just the truth. We got common law. We already free. So next is the truth. This is a shame.
Daniel Burnham was especially keen to outdo the 1889 Paris World's Fair, which had unveiled one of the most iconic structures of all time, the Eiffel Tower. He got his answer from a structural engineer named George Washington Gale Ferris Jr.
Shame. 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 Shame.
I can't do nothing. Every day I wake up is this George Washington. George Washington. Oh yeah, George Washington. Brett Garney Heinrich. Press 1. George Washington Smith. Press 1. George Washington. This one and that one. Press 1. Sir, play. No, now we're talking. George Washington, who? Sir. Ooh, these people cold. They don't even got a picture of him. They just got artwork with milk spilled on top of it from a McDonald's art program. Press 1. They don't even make no damn sense, KevRow. Somebody spilled something on them.
Ferris's original job at the fair was inspecting steel, but after learning that Burnham was looking for a centerpiece, he presented his idea for an enormous wheel spinning on a central axle.
All this great thing, they couldn't get a wheel spinning on a single axle. Get the fuck out of here.
This was no carnival.
But they were using a carnival to cover up what they were doing.
Attraction. According to the Chicago Architecture Center, it stood 264 feet tall with 36 gondolas around its outer edge, each able to hold 60 people, thus carrying a total of 2,160 riders at a time. Burnham was skeptical.
What Burnham and Balaam do? They set up a carnival right in the middle and then tore your whole shit down. He said, oh yeah, the attraction is going on. This is how we gonna do it. Take some picture. All right, so when we tear the carnival down, we tear they shit down, nigga. That's how. It's like the Trojan horse. That's why I told you about the entertainment game. An entertainer is a part of this whole construct of tearing your communities down. Don't they get the football clubs to steal your land? Don't they steal your land? And then where Jay-Z go? He nowhere around where they did to move all them projects and all them black folk out of New York and all the different places that they do this. This is a traveling circus. And they're here for what you walking on and give it to international corporations so they can get little pats on the back. And you enslaved. You are enslaved. In major debt may make you cover the cost of a fucking team winning the Super Bowl when they said it ain't even going to affect you. It is if it's on land it's going to affect you. every football field out here must be funded by, it always end up getting funded by the taxpayer. That's why you don't pay taxes. You pay tithes to God. Press 1. Taxes is for Roman Catholicism, Orthodox Christian churches that have turned their back on their own oath. Press 1. Especially here in America, they have no jurisdiction here. No corporation nor foreign church of incorporated status have no jurisdiction in owning nothing on earth, and they all can get their religious asses together and hibernate. If you ask me, I don't care. They don't have the jurisdiction over free men. That's what y'all not getting. I think y'all too scared. I think you scared to say you're not a free. If you don't declare yourself free, you're not a man. You're 3/5. You're a servant. You don't deserve nothing but what you got. If you can't, they got a new movie with Will Smith, and I told y'all they was gonna do this. It's called Emancipated. I told y'all. I said it happens. You just ain't figured it out yet. You got used to Kev smoking weed all the damn time. You forgot. I said it happened. They got Will Smith, Emancipation. You have to be free. You have to be. You gotta learn the language of being free. Riding around on rims, that shit is not free, bro. Dr. Carver, who made that Ford assembly line, shaking my head. We're not talking about none of that. We're talking about freedom.
And Ferris spent his own money running safety tests. Eventually, he succeeded in convincing Burnham, and the Ferris wheel became one of the exposition's main attractions, with approximately 1.4 million visitors paying the 50-cent fee to ride.
I would really like to take you out.
Fred, do you mind? You can't fit more than 2 people in it.
Chicago around 1885 and started working in a pharmacy in Englewood, eventually taking it over. He had a building constructed nearby on 63rd Street, which...
This the building? A whole castle, a whole mini throne.
Which he ran as a hotel during the fair. Later dubbed the Murder Castle, Harper's report...
Wait a minute, that's not the same place, sir. Press 1. Oh, no.
Constructed nearby on 63rd Street, which he ran as a hotel during the fair. Later dubbed the Murder Castle... Harper's reported in 1943 that it contained secret passageways, staircases that led nowhere, rooms with no doors, gas fixtures that led into bedrooms, and a kiln in the basement. Guests and employees got lost in the dark maze, and Holmes would torture them, kill them, and dismember or burn their bodies in the basement.
So this is common. This was common back then.
Many historians now believe that stories about Holmes and the Murder Castle were exaggerated by the press at the time until they became myth. That said, there's strong evidence that Holmes did murder multiple people, including children, as part of his many insurance scams. Estimates range from 9 to 200, and at one point he confessed to 27, but some of those supposed victims were still alive. According to Harper's, Holmes was caught in November 1894 after murdering a longtime associate.
And they got him.
To claim the insurance. He was hung in Philadelphia in 1896 for that murder, although a conspiracy theory that he escaped led to his body being exhumed in 2017. Rolling Stone reported that tests confirmed it was indeed Holmes. World's fairs showed off the latest innovations from around the globe in a variety of industries, and some famous products today tie their histories to the 1893 World's Fair, correctly or not. A common story has Cracker Jack being introduced at the fair by 2 German brothers, but according to NPR, it's possible that the popular 1908 song Take Me Out to the Ball Game, which name drops the brand, was actually responsible for its success. Similarly, Pabst Blue Ribbon did not win its titular prize at the 1893 World's Fair, although the brewery did take home the award for best beer. Another product supposedly introduced at the fair was Wrigley's Juicy Fruit chewing gum in Hungarian.
Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. These don't even look like the same type of people who would be in those types of buildings in the first place. You got English words. God, these look like German, old English buildings. These people look like they Russian and German. They attire, their clothes, their ethic, how they look. Yeah, they're screaming. We're not from here. We don't even belong here. I don't even know why we in these pictures. They all look like immigrants.
Brothers-in-law Emil Reichel and Samuel Ladani had such success selling their Vienna sausages that they started the Vienna Sausage Company, which still dominates hot dog stands today. African-American leaders had hoped to use the 1893 World's Fair to show what black people had achieved in just 3 decades since the Emancipation Proclamation began.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
And the end of slavery. But while all 44 states at the time were represented, along with many other countries, the organizers refused to let African Americans exhibit as a collective group. They were also excluded from organizing committees and the opening ceremony, and black women were rejected from participating in the women's building. But some black leaders still found ways to make their voices heard, literally. If you know the crazy real-life story of Frederick Douglass, you know he wasn't easily deterred. Douglass was invited to represent Haiti at the fair, and he used the ceremony.
Represent who at the fair?
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Represent who at the fair?
Not like this. Not like this.
So they always with them. Press 1. They always with them. Yes, sir.
To make a speech condemning American racism during the fair's dedication ceremony. When the fair opened, he and fellow civil rights legend Ida B. Wells and 2 other activists wrote and handed out a pamphlet on the same theme. The organizers made one capitulation. They deemed August 25th a day for celebrating African American achievements. Douglass was set to give another speech. However, when someone in the crowd heckled him about, quote, the Negro problem, he tossed his notes and delivered a blistering on-the-spot rebuke.
What is the Negro problem?
Shame. Shame.
What is the Negro problem?
Shame.
When they found out that he was working with Margaret Sanger and them through Haiti, press 1. It's called what? What's it called? The Negro problem. Once they found out, he too, black folks wasn't going. Oh, you trying to get us in eugenics. You a spy for them. You trying to get us evaporated. That woman said the Negro problem. Once those black folks find out about Margaret Sanger and Frederick, they was done with him. They said this immigrant, he trying to sell us out. But y'all people of today let these white folk or these former eugenists tell you that he was a good guy. But he's with Planned Parenthood. He's with the extermination and eugenics for a fast buck. Those are your heroes of the past and the ones you had all the way up until Mr. Gillespie. Press 1. Superman, Iron Man, Apocalypse, I'm all of them. Macho Man, Randy Savage, Stone Cold, Steve Austin, all of them. Kane, all in one. Press 1. Will Smith, Denzel, Chris Rock, Day-Day, all of them in one nigga. Press 1. God is good. Shut up. Sit down in the back. Press 1. Hater. That's why. You don't need them. They all sellouts. Be the same ones advocating for it's a murder. They baby free. Go to Planned Parenthood. Exterminate 65 million Afro-American children with no remorse. Long as you got a check in your pocket. Huh? His wife is foreign. That's what your mind goes with foreign, liberal, Marxist ideologies of how you need to exterminate your babies. That's what it's about. You convincing their mamas and daddies, please help us convince these black people to get rid of themselves. Okay, but how much I get paid? Press 1. How much I get? What you want me to do? Sing and dance? Tap dance? What do you want me to do? I want more money. So this is what the Negro problem is. It's too many of y'all. We need to exterminate these Afro-Americans. For you are from Haiti. You want one of these little white girls? If you can do this for us, we'll get you a nice little milk of magnesia. Press 1. You can go, and boy, they'll look at you and highlight. Press 1. Boy, you don't made it. I'm done with this community.
Although African Americans were not allowed to represent themselves, black and indigenous people from other countries speech.
So to be real, Planned Parenthood and the Negro issue was a big part of these people's gathering. The Negro issue. Let's go.
However, when someone in the crowd heckled him about, quote, the Negro problem, he tossed his notes and delivered a blistering on-the-spot rebuke. Although African Americans were not allowed to represent themselves, black and indigenous people from other countries had their own exhibits. But in some ways, these may have been worse than having no representation. The exhibits were excluded from the Grand Court of Honor. Instead, they were housed on the Midway Plaza, the entertainment strip. That's housed in the literal sense. The exposition became a temporary home for people representing some Native American tribe and from people from Dahomey in West Africa.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Press 1. Y'all ready? Press 1. Gotcha. Come on. Come on, right there.
As page 54 of the official guide to the fair put it, the idea was that visitors could watch them cook, make trinkets, perform their songs and dances, and go about the ordinary routine of life in their tribes. They were treated more like animals in a zoo. The literature and media that came out of the fair endorsed this twisted perspective.
Now let me tell you something. Black people think they came from here. Afro-Americans think they came from here. Dan Calloway teach your people that they came from here. Dan Calloway, Kareem, foreign agents. They don't talk to people. And this was invented right here, in the World Fair. Dan Calloway and Kareem don't taught you Negroes that y'all some Indians from these tribes way back over there, and that y'all is indigenous to this land because they brought you here and they found you here. Get out of here. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
What up, Chad? It's Water World.
What up?
You heard what he just said?
What's that?
He said blacks couldn't represent themselves, but they could represent other black people and indigenous people. And then, so the African Americans here, or the blacks, the Afros, Negroes here, they was here already, but they couldn't represent themselves, but they could go ahead and represent the man that helped put them in slavery, basically, because, again, it was the ones that looked like us that put us in slavery. And then if you watch The Woman King, they talk about the Dahomey tribe, and it shows that they were the ones that was putting the black people in slavery. But let's go back from
the same tribe from the Woman tribe?
Yeah, that's the same one.
I knew
that's
that
crazy.
Mojave shit sounded real familiar, boy. You telling me that's the Woman King tribe?
That's the Woman King tribe. That's all like, wait a minute. Because you put in Frederick Douglass, okay, but he worked with them, like you said. It had to take them to come in here with us to represent. That was basically our representation, right?
Yeah,
and then he was with the white folks.
Dignitary, right? The Haitian dignitary.
And then there goes Haiti again. Remember when you put us on with the Clinton Foundation in Haiti?
There you go.
How they work and smuggle. I'm like, wow. Then Kev just put us again on here because he just said that the blacks here can represent themselves, but they could go represent the other foreigners, the other black foreigners from West Africa and Dahomey, and they could put their establishments. I thought they were slaves. So how can they put their stuff there and they're supposed to be slaves? They was never slaves. That means that they work with the other nations to come and conquer America. But you own it. That's all I have to add. I don't care.
Sure, what I'm saying is completely is that storyline is false completely.
Yeah, it's all false.
It's false completely. The nations that they said completely, the niggas is exterminating, going in extermination camps is at war. The real Afro-American men and families are in internment camps at this time. This is 10, 20 years after the flood, the fires, what they call the earthquakes is really just war, a lot of war. So this
you brought that up too.
Afterward, go ahead.
Remember how you brought that up?
My man, Waterworld, get back with you.
Call from.
Your phone went out. Coffee and Kush TV, Waterworld, get back with you. Your phone went out. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Hey, what's going on? Kev Gill's been watching you for a while. This Aboriginal Power. What's going on with you, bro?
What's up, champion?
Hey, man, you going in today with these World's Fairs, man. I don't know if you ever did no research on the Philadelphia World's Fair. It coincides with what you're talking about. They've been lying, fake constructing these fairs, acting like they constructed all these structures, 200 structures in 2 years, and then just got rid of it. No, this is just them getting rid of your old science of the old government and cities that we possessed at one point in time.
I'm with you.
Yeah, so you going in. So when you look at the World's Fair in Chicago, like you just pulled up the pictures earlier, I seen you pull up the pictures of the dudes who said that they constructed it. And somebody hit the nail on the head. H.H. Holmes, who was there during that same time, killing a lot of the people that was already here.
Leopold and all these dudes. So we got Leopold there. We got all these people, like my man said, at the St. Louis and these fairs and things. Then you got all these serial killers here at the same time. It wasn't just him.
Right. No, it wasn't just him. You're right. And even at the Philadelphia World Fair, they had over 60 million immigrants there.
Wait a minute. Wait, are you serious?
60 million immigrants at the Philadelphia's World's Fair, man. $60 million, man. And that's the same story they try to tell you, man. Like, they all came there for the indoctrination process. Hell, when you look at
million, so all of the white people we watching on these films are immigrants.
Pretty much.
They are immigrants.
Pretty much, man. They all came there for one reason. And listen, the buildings that you see, like Machinery Hall, the Art Museum, they said they built 200 of those style buildings, size buildings in less than 2 years.
Incredible.
That don't make no damn sense, man. But you going in, I just want to give you your credit.
Thank you,
going in today, bro.
My man. Thank you. My man. Lord have mercy. Look at this.
African Americans with what they saw as the primitive Dahomeans, something Frederick Douglass condemned in his speeches and pamphlet. Fortunately, two of the buildings constructed for the 1893 World's Fair are still in use today. The first building is the Palace of Fine Arts, which was built specifically to be fireproof. It was used to display works of art from all around the world during the fair. After the fair, the building became the Field Museum, housing natural history artifacts.
Oh, so it wasn't easily tore down. It's a real building.
Shame.
So
Shame.
this building. Oh, so
Shame.
You see? Oh, so that one wasn't supposed to come down, or did you forget what you said? You said the buildings was meant to be, so that building's still up, and it works. Incredible.
In 1921, the museum moved to its current location on Lakeshore Drive. The building stood empty until a restoration project started in 1926 prepared it to become the Museum of Science and Industry, just in time for Chicago's next World Fair, the 1933-34 Century of Progress.
Now, wait a minute. This is the theft. 1933.
It's still there. The current entrance was the back during the fair. The other building may be more familiar. It's one of the things in Ferris Bueller's Day Off you only notice as an adult.
Bueller.
While most of the World's Fair took place on the south side of Chicago in Jackson Park, the World's Congress building was downtown. It hosted the World's Congress Auxiliary, a series of meetings on the social topics of the day. Afterwards, it was taken over by the Art Institute of Chicago, which had partly funded its construction. We can't visit the 1893 World's
Wow.
Fair, but thankfully, we can retread the visitors' footsteps in these beautiful buildings. Check out one of our...
Now, let's check out Chicago World Fair.
But the truth about what happened that night, its housing stock revealed another flaw. Chicago was a city of haves and have-nots.
That's that same dude. Look.
The house was a wealthy and substantial.
A messenger summoned Mayor Roswell B. Mason from his sleep.
Roswell Mason was at home in his bed, and a man pulls up on horseback and yells from outside the window, "Mayor, the city is burning." Mayor Mason rides his horse through the streets, going to the courthouse, and he sends out a telegraph to nearby cities like Milwaukee and Detroit that says, before morning, more than 100,000 people will be without food.
Barrels of hard cider. Arriving before the building was engulfed in flame. Where the fire started lay in ashes. But remarkably,
unbelievable. What I want to take y'all to right now is San Francisco. I want to show y'all, keep these time frames. Always write down these times of San Francisco. Listen to how they narrate. Get familiar with the words that they use and how they sugarcoat, for lack of words, sugarcoat, go over, what really happened. I'm really at a point where I'm like, damn, they really bombed these places. These were all a part of bombing. So that's my main topic is, did America bomb? Well, let's just say, did they bomb us in many different parts of America? Not just the east or west or north, south, all of it.
I'm not sure how it's gonna go, but I'll give it a try.
Listen to this.
Welcome. Now here, in this opening shot, we're looking at a picture of San Francisco. I believe the date is 1870 something.
Now this is before Wilmington cowboy days. Press 1.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
This is before fucking these little stories that y'all got in y'all head. This is 1870s.
And it is pre-earthquake. And of course,
before the earthquake.
San Francisco beginning in 1849, hence the 49ers. And this is one of my favorite pictures, challenging the narrative that in about 25 years, we have a complete build-out of the city of San Francisco. And not just a build-out, but a beautiful build-out. In 25 years, and in another 25 years after this picture, we would see the complete leveling of the city of San Francisco. And so mind-boggling are these photos and trying to make any sense of them that Matt was proposing that some of these may be faked or photoshopped, and especially pertaining to the film footage shot before and after the earthquake on Market Street.
Oh yes. We got into the film and cinema and the manipulation of the Photoshop and the video and putting themselves in video, making it appear as if they were here. But it's actually been done in the studio. Which is insane, which is probably how they got to Mars. It's the same way they were here in time immemorial.
And we'll have a little look at those today. But next I want to just jump over to a very similar photo.
Does it look developed to you guys? Does it look like cities, and does it look like teepees? Does it look like I don't know what the hell y'all think the 1800s was like. All I see is niggas shooting doing the same thing, but I'm trying to figure, what? Where y'all minds at? Are you in Africa at this time? Are you on a boat? Where you at? Where are you?
Not as glorious, but equally astounding. And it's
Look at this. 1900. Look at this. Press 1. Look at this. Look at this, family. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. That's not fire, bro. That is war, bro. That's like radiant nuclear blast, bro. That's like fallout, bro. That's like atomic warhead, bro. That's like Tulsa, bro. That's like, bro. Those are huge blocks, bro. Huge blocks.
Own right. And here we see a photo of San Francisco after the fire and earthquake. And again, pretty amazing resolution. But playing off of Matt's theme, could this picture be a faked picture? Because when I began looking at photos and film footage of San Francisco after the fire, maybe 10 years, 15 years later, we see a complete built-out city again. Just as it's unusual to look at the build-out of this city in the 1870s, just seeming to pop up amazing advanced architecture and a very seasoned culture, and shortly after this apocalyptic image, not taking very long at all to rebuild this city. And just to give you an idea, we'll have a look at a piece of film that was shot in Chinatown, and this piece of film was shot in 1912. And what amazed me was, from this perspective, we see very little damage to the city of San Francisco. So this would only be 6 years after this photo.
Which is insane. Looks like somebody's doing some cinema manipulation, correct? That's all that's taking place. That looks like the town before. It just looks like the town before the destruction.
6 years, and I invite
you. We have video of this.
You to look at images post Great Fire of San Francisco.
Because if they're saying that would make sense if the bomb was dropped on them, right? Japanese town or whatever this is.
And I think what you'll notice is the same thing. Here we can see the skyline, Chinatown, 1912, Heinz 57.
When was Chinatown ever the whole country, the whole city? When was Chinatown ever the whole thing? 57 Heinz. There ain't even no Chinese words on here. Ain't even no Chinese words on here. There is no Asiatic names even on here, bro. It takes me back to the man in the high castle. They're just here as invaders. As I say, Washington, the gold reserve, Oregon is all up north on the West Coast. If you Google right now, atomic bomb dropped in Oregon, watch what come up. Dropped on the West Coast. Watch what come up and watch who did it.
Looks like the camera is inverted, but here we go. Very little damage, none at all, actually.
The architecture and begin the rebuilding process.
Skyscrapers and not seeming
at one time. Boom!
As if there was a great earthquake and fire. If we're to believe that this piece of film footage was really shot in 1912. This is only 6 years after the earthquake. So really seeming like these timelines are either jumbled or completely falsified. And this city looking just as glorious in 1912 as it did in 1875.
That's because it's the video of that.
1875.
Wipe it out.
Why should a city originally of 1,000 people in 1849 blossom
Look
into something like
you think
this
this is Moscow
in around 25 years?
This is somewhere else.
And how is it even conceivable that the city should look like this 25 years later, and by 1912 looking like this? Again, old and seasoned and seeming inherited.
That's how you create.
And just a fascinating
This is how you create
piece of film. I'll leave the link down below for you. And even the Chinatown.
Only
just a
Chinese
fascinating
in these buildings.
piece of
These
film.
are all Smiths' work. These are all blacksmiths' work, masons and stuff. That statue right there don't even look like it's Chinese. The only thing look Asiatic is these mobile caravans that come across the street.
Leave the link down below for you.
That's it. That statue looked like an angel, broken up like something was there.
And
oh my goodness, this
even the Chinatown seeming very seasoned, not like a pop-up gold mining town, but a very established community who had time to
not a gold mining town, not a pop-up. Nah, look at this. Look at this. It's written in Chinese and German and in goddamn English.
to not only build a city, but apparently build under the city as well.
Underground.
And to further build.
What I tell y'all, the Asians was running the gold mines underground. They were the mine diggers. They were the people who were sold to for jail purposes. They just work like everybody else did who goes to jail. They mustn't be criminals. They gotta go work. So they put them in the mine, and that's what they will be doing. A lot of these people were convicted. So all it is, Holocaust, these different reparations that feeds off the benefits of the beneficiaries of George Washington is just preposterous. Because again, George Washington didn't do that. The federal government and the Pope and all of these people, Germans and Russians, did all it, and your own nation did it to you.
On Matt's ideas and the anomalies associated with these.
Now, how we got train cars ran on electric? We got trains. We got San Francisco trains, right? We got people walking in the middle of the street. We got cars being run down. We got horses with carriages on it. There are no street signals, nothing. This is how people lived. With those beautiful architectures and these beautiful respect for each other. Y'all drove cars like this? Y'all walked in front.
Could this film have been faked?
Order?
I'm not sure why this film won't load. Junk. But here what we can see is people looking off.
Lying.
Casually in the distance.
To the artwork as if they're looking at their property burned. That's how you place yourself in history. You do it through semantics, cinema. You make it seem like, getting on the hill. And you roll the other layer, making it appear as if you're watching your city burn. That's how you place yourself. But it's really their city, their towns.
Since as the city burns.
This is why I wouldn't let the brothers go off into Pangea and stuff of that nature. I know a lot of that stuff, but that stuff is so old. I'm talking about this stuff right here. The actual theft, not pyramids. No, I'm talking about people who work. Okay? People who work, go home, provide for their families, and build, go to church, and build towards the kingdom, not falsehoods of the world. I'm not with every black person that y'all see. A lot of these people are agent heads of the old order, which is a dying old man now. We just see the old order as a dying old man. That's it. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air.
Hey, what's going on, Professor? It's Coop again.
What's up?
Hey, I noticed in that last picture you had up, it looked like a Claude Monet painting that they re-edited to make it look like some people overlooking the city of San Francisco.
I've never seen it, so you have to send it to me.
Okay, all right. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go find it and then I'm gonna send it to you.
For sure. Yeah, if y'all got information, there's no need to call me like what you just saw in the film. You get it together, get your information in a nice package, and make it work. I don't want my show to stop or be thrown off because you want to dice and slice. No, get your shit together and then get ready.
Accident, this non-loading YouTube froze at this frame, which I'm actually grateful for. And I think I see. This image is simply going to pop into the next image, which is seen behind it. These big buildings over here as well. And this actually just bleeding through, giving the impression that there is a massive building amongst the smoke and fire.
That's crazy.
And really pretty appropriate, giving us an idea of how, very simply, and in this case on accident, everything, Market Street, we see a well-seasoned city and civilization.
No, this ain't no well-seasoned. These are a bunch of immigrants.
Now, could these be the prior people? I don't think so.
How you got cars and horses and trains and people with babies?
Now, could the
carriages with their life savings on the back of these horse carriages like it's the cowboy days when they have cars?
These be the prior people? I don't think so.
No.
I think these seem like the inheritors.
The people who stole, you can't inherit the inheritors. That means it was given to them? By who? Even this person is saying, is this the people from here? No, they must be the inheritors. Where are good people at? That's what I'm asking. Where y'all knowledgeable people at?
And civilization. Now, could these be the prior people?
He said you gotta watch him. He sound like Karimio again. Press 1.
I don't think so. I think these seem like the inheritors, wearing inherited clothes.
Told you, wearing inherited clothes.
Using this inherited world.
Using this inherited world.
But in ways that don't seem to compare to their surroundings.
That's right. They got everybody else's clothes on.
Seeming to be a primitive people, acting very primitive, like this man almost getting hit by this tram, just very reckless and uncultured, seeming to be just figuring things out.
Russian, German.
A real mess and a lot of stupidity.
Look at the names up here. Wilson, Sanborn, these are English names. Look.
And I encourage you to watch Matt's video. He showcases 40 anomalous things that occur.
Ooh.
Here we see these trams not even needing tracks.
Look! The tram didn't even need tracks. Look, that's called Photoshop. That mean the video was just running up. This is all done by propaganda. The video, everything, they're using American upholstery in buildings. You see how the buildings are all slanted? It looks like because it's cinema coming towards you. So it's to appear like people are crossing in front of you. But the train literally goes across. There's no track.
This inherited world.
There's no track. So there it is.
But in ways that don't seem to compare to their surroundings. Seeming to be a primitive people, acting very primitive, like this man almost getting hit by this tram.
It's just rolling.
Just very reckless.
Repeating itself.
And
this film is funny.
Uncultured. Seeming to be just figuring things out. a real mess and a lot of stupidity.
Watch the tram cut across the street.
And I encourage you to watch Matt's video. He showcases
this tram. It's cutting across the street right here.
40 anomalous things that occur. Here we see these trams not even needing tracks. And just a mess, just an absolute mess like what you just saw there. I mean, these people are completely reckless, and he was considering that this whole piece of film footage may have just been staged.
Oh my God, who is this guy? Who is the guy you're talking about? I'm going to watch that one because it is staged. You can
just so ridiculous. And why? I don't know.
To hide.
Just an idea. And again, this was filmed 10 days before the earthquake.
Boom. Press one. Boom.
And
put themselves there.
Miraculously, this piece of footage, they tell us, was shipped out the day before and preserved. And
the man in the high castle. Propaganda.
Really, I was looking for pictures post-earthquake. Here by mid-1916, we see the city of San Francisco. Again, like the Chinatown video that I was showing, completely built out as if nothing had ever happened. And here we have a look at the rubble and ruins post-fire. This film provided by the Library of Congress.
Library of Congress.
Again, does a fire...
Them black people. Digging out right there. Them black people digging out right there.
Never happened.
Let me make it big
and
for
here
y'all.
we
This
have
the
a
one
look
I
at
was
the
watching
rubble.
for y'all. Remember I got blocked? Remember I said I was going to show y'all them black people that was working, and them old black women that I saw. I was like, wait a minute, these are black people. In the early videos, watch.
And ruins post-fire.
You got to go to the Library of
Congress. This film provided by the Library of Congress. Again, does a fire do this? Yes, perhaps an earthquake, but just blasting. These look like explosions from the inside.
I told you. Those look like explosions from the inside. Boom, 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 boom. That's crazy, G.
And I'm just not sure.
That's crazy.
But really being a piece of evidence in this mystery. And what I have read about is these firemen were actually dynamiting a lot of these buildings, as we just saw in that last clip. And I think what is certain is that there is a great mystery.
And who are these women?
And I think the mystery
Look at this.
is the same when it comes to these cities all throughout our planet.
Bank. Nigga, what?
If we can figure one.
What?
And I think what is certain is that there is a great mystery. And I think the mystery is the same when it comes to these cities all throughout our plane. If we can figure one out.
They guarded the banks, shoot looters.
If we can figure one
soldiers guarded them
out, I think we'll understand all of them. And so what is real and what is fake? And in somewhat of a conclusion, was the piece of film before the earthquake the fake, or is it this fire? And are we really just seeing a big demolition? And it wouldn't be the first time, even in our recent history, seeing grand demolitions in front of our very eyes being attributed to aluminum planes. And this is just astounding. And what leads me to question all of this is, again, the rebuilding of the city. Seeing very little evidence 10, 15 years later that there was ever this massive cataclysm of this nature. And again, the most anomalous fire ever. A fire that seems to not leave any debris.
Just like I said, I'm starting to believe this has something to do with these guys taking over pretty much every damn thing, at the same time. And them in the Asiatic Pacific Islander forces that was on the end that also too got the same type of, we was in internment camps in America, so y'all got to pay us, just like the Russians said the same thing. Like everybody has their hands on America by way of, we was in internment camps. But if Afro-Americans say, wait a minute, we were in internment camps, y'all say, yeah, but that was when y'all was slaves. Huh? No, brother. 424-209-9506. I mean, is any of this stuff making sense as far as history goes and stuff like that? We got to start paying attention to who these people is. You can be looking at the people who took you right up out of here. How did you go from this to what? Where was this? Come on, family. How did you go from there? Hey, respectable men and women to tore down and broken up homes, to eugenics, to families just dying out. Like, how did we fall so far from God? Press 1. How did we fall so far from God? And I'm telling you right now, by way of propaganda. By way of propaganda and not following the law, period. God's law, Washington law, and not honoring your duties as men, as free men, by way of the King. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air.
What's up, Cal?
Sir?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up,
Mike? This Mike.
What up?
Man, no, yeah, I was thinking we all in the military, you hear me? I feel like that what this about. Our social security number, And that would make us big, like, you know what I'm saying? I think we all I think we got to claim our trust, like us to open up a trust. I ain't for sure, but be looking at you and what I've been studying, I think we got to open up our trust. Open up a trust account some kind of way and get that social security number from our everything, because I think that's tied to the beast.
As the people have to come together, we get more into that and invest in ourselves through our own trust.
Right, because we bankers. We all bankers ourselves, And they, since we minority, because we don't know they handle our money, so they handling our money themselves. You know what I'm saying? So we claim that. That's why when we 21, we supposed to be a man and go claim that we did this voluntarily, because there's a war going on, and it's a monetary war. So they did this, to destroy us like that. That's why when they say drain the swamp, I think they trying to drain all this dirty money that they know not real, and we became the gold.
Yes, go ahead.
So every time they take the gold, every time we sign up for these contract jobs or whatever, that's the goal. So every time they taking gold, that's our money. We can't get that time back. They taking that from us like that. In that sense, I think,
Yeah,
I don't think nobody ever got killed or nothing like that. I think how all the people did is and how they counted was because we never claimed our rights. And that's what make us dead. It wasn't no Holocaust or nothing. I think, man, we not claiming our right. Once we claim our right and open us a trust, we letting us know that we can handle our own self.
How could you say there was no American?
Well, I can't say that. Because I wasn't there.
Well,
but what I'm trying to say is,
what you gotta understand is, there's something called the Red Cross. The Red Cross is the concentration camp. The concentration camps is where the Holocaust transpired. Okay, the same Holocaust, so the same people are involved in the Holocaust. You just got to understand who the Holocaust happened to and how it was done.
Right. And I think that comes from us using the I think the Social Security is like the milk, like, you know.
That's nothing. What you gotta, the Social Security means nothing in law when you come in.
Right. We don't even have to use that. I think that's why we really put it to use our first name, not really even our last name.
That's
you know,
important. We supposed to be staying on subject matter and talking about.
All right, the trust is
going off into. Thank you for the call. You got to stay on topic, not what you think what you ought to do. If you do call, talk about what's going on here, not what you think we got to do. What we got to do, you would have did it. What we got to do, you can't do. So just discuss it, try to understand it more than teach the classroom of what we got to do. Because this is individual, this is you, this is that person over there. You feel me? I'm Kevin Gillespie. Now, if you want to teach, that's something else. That's what I'm doing. I'm showing, but my information is pertaining to what we're talking about here: the San Francisco fires, the discombobulation of how all these people look to us. What does these fires and stuff mean to you? Not about nothing else. I'm cutting y'all short, for sure. Because it means you're not I'm not living in the same whirlwind of confusion that you are. Look at these films, y'all. You see how they throw that contrast on high? Again, this is all film that old boy was watching. But I wonder if that... Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is what we got to be studying right here. We have to envision what happened. 3,000 people dead, 3 million lost. And I want y'all to really look at this. What type of homes and structure is going on here? All this was going on when they point you in a direction of oh, this town had a massacre. No, this was the massacre. This the way it looked. Shout out to you, our Khan. This is the massacre. When it's a massacre over there, there was a, what you got, 30,000, 15,000 buildings being destroyed. That's war. You know how many 13 to 20,000 buildings is? That's not a house fire that you watching like, oh, look at that building over there. Do you know what it looked like? When 15,000 homes and buildings, and that's war. Go to Syria. They'll tell you what the fuck 15,000 homes being destroyed, what that is. People from Iran, they'll tell you how many? Oh shit, that's bombing. It's not. People who are in war zones know what the fuck 15,000 homes and blown up homes look like. Why are you not here? Why are you? No, that ain't you just capping, bro. I said 15,000 structures, nigga. They said 200 structures at the World Fairs. Damn that. In the town itself, 20,000 structures blown to pieces. In towns, blocks, whole block. You know what a block is? Go to LA. Y'all little gang is one block, maybe 2 or 3. Boom. All of the homes in that block. That's a bunch of homes in that block. That's a lot of people, G. That's why y'all need to think about this. And not from a 6-shooter cowboy. These people have real weapons. This ain't no cowboy, nothing. Your mind is in, it's hypnotized. So when you think of this time, you're thinking of wagons and cowboys because you looking at wagons from immigrants. No, those was cars. That time was way up from wagons. The only people who got wagons at this time, even up to today, is those people up over there, the Seventh-day Adventists, what they call them, Mormons or somebody. Them. That's the 60 million people who's being brought in the Philadelphia, in the St. Louis. They tearing these buildings down, bro. If this was being done today, they'd be like a supersonic weapon from sound or something tore that down. This is crazy, dude. This is what Germany looks like. Press 1. This is the Amish people. This is what Germany looked like after the war. Tell me I'm lying. This is what Germany looked like. This is what Germany looked like. So they not fooling me with these little Puritan outfits. This is all stolen, taken things, and foreign. How they got a video camera? They had video cameras in 1503. Press 1. They had video cameras and when? This is video. This is video. Okay? That stuff ain't supposed to be there. There was cars in 1906. We just saw that. So this is amazing. And these are your storytellers of propaganda. I've been on the air for how long today? 2 hours and 37 minutes. I'm going to continue to keep my phone lines open. 424-209-9506. If you feel free to call in, that's area code 424-209-9506. 424-209-9506. Feel free to call in at any time. At any time. Press 1. Feel free to call in. You know what? Never mind. I got another film. This one is about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Press 1. This is about Tulsa, Oklahoma. I still got time. Why not? It's going to be according to the same code of conduct, violence that was going on. Federales, government agencies shooting and killing, deputizing immigrants to slaughter Afro-colonial Americans. That's us. Press 1. The colonies. The ones who are inherited of. Press 1. The benefit package of sovereignty. Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air. What up?
What's up, Kev? I was just calling back in. It's Waterworld.
Come on, Waterworld.
I wanted to add on to what was going on. Well, when you showed the video and it said A.N. Nup, you said German, it got Chinese employment.
Uh-huh.
So I go look up who A and Nuff is, right? So why he was a geologist, and he was talking about, look at the Chinese, they came in there to mine and dig and stuff. So this was around the 1912, around the little time period the earthquake came and stuff. So they're going to nominate him for in the National Geologist Society, and he moved to Chandler, D.C. So I'm like, so how a geologist from Germany got an employment center for the Chinese, and then what geologists do, they go ahead and work with the land. They know how the territory's going.
And they dig, and the other ones dig that territory. So that's an allegiance of communism between China, Japan, and Russia and Germany and all that, and communists over there.
It's just crazy how you just mapping it. Like I said, all what you're saying is real live time for us. Like a couple of grandmas ago, this ain't that goddamn hard really when we start like putting our heads together and just like you say, use the time frame. Because come on now, you showing us cars back in the 1800s.
Come on, G. And then in the 1900s, there's only these people with carriages again. Something's not going on with the cinema in this Photoshop video.
Yeah, but that's all I have to say, Kev. I'm just keep on doing some more research.
We back at it. We gonna keep going. Maybe the miners secretly placed bomb underground in key areas. They did. What you talking about? They did. The miners were doing it. Yes, underground. That's why old boy said it looks like they were blown from the inside out. Like, poop. That's right. These miners knew how to get in the ground. That's what they do. That's what they do. They know how to. That's what make them indigenous. They can go in the ground, but based on and mole. You know what a mole is, huh? They dig their way around, bro. Come out the other side of America. They go from China. You know what the joke is? You can dig all the way from China to America. Press 1. That's the joke. I didn't get it till now. Now I know what the hell we talking about. Coffee and Kush TV. We finna keep this going. Now we gonna talk. Now we about to listen to the same language, the same type of destruction. We want to keep the massacres. Now I want you to know it didn't just happen in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I want you to listen to the rhetoric of war. Okay, and have that apply to all the black towns that was being subdued at the time. Press 1. This is important. God bless y'all. Let me see. Back to it. All right. Let's do this correctly. This is good. This is real good. We're going to Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right? I don't want y'all to think bombings was going on and all. No, it was war, G. This is real. This is from CBS News in 2021.
They was giving notice out on the
bro. 1921, bro.
Street. Leave town, leave town. They're killing all of the black people.
An entire community was destroyed.
Williams Dreamland Theater.
Their wealth was taken from them.
It looked as if it was Hiroshima.
Does that look familiar? Do those towns look familiar? All right, then the same type of building, same type of fire.
If it was Hiroshima.
Now, right? What did this white lady say? It was Hiroshima. Let me tell you what Hiroshima is. Don't call me and tell me what you think.
They was giving notice out on the street. Leave town, leave town. They're killing all of the black people.
An entire community was destroyed. Their wealth was taken from them.
It looked as if it was Hiroshima. Atomic bomb had gone off.
Shame. Shame.
Do I do it? What?
Shame.
What? Do I got it? What? What? It looked like Hiroshima. Huh? Well, if you got a little China over here, there will be a Hiroshima over here. That will get bombed. That's right. It'll get bombed. Yeah, a whole type. If it's a Chinese Hiroshima over here, a Chinatown, you damn right. Hiroshima's over here. Press 1. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Y'all let these little Chinese words, Japanese words trick y'all. They were fucking you up, G. I put my soul on it.
What few trees were left had no leaves.
Atomic weapon. Everything was incinerated. That's what she's implying. Family, Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air. What up?
Hey, this is Art in Alabama.
Talk to me.
I was just thinking, the World Fair, it seems to be more of a job fair or a bidding war rather than just entertainment.
I don't know. I don't moved on to the fire.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's just
I don't moved on to the fire. No, moved on from the World Fair to destruction. Fire. Trees burnt off. That's what I moved on. Trees. Burnt up. Destroyed.
They were just charred.
And then the story was suppressed until almost now.
The Greenwood District, or what it becomes known as Black Wall Street.
Oh my goodness.
These are people who own their own homes. They had their own business.
What? They wasn't gangbangers. No. They wasn't no Indians. No. Nope, fine, brothers.
It was a vibrant community.
What happened in 1921 on May 31st through June the 1st was 18 hours of sheer terror.
I never want to see anything like that again.
Oh my goodness.
Never.
We don't know who fires the first shot. But that begins a bloodbath. African Americans are attacked in their homes. They are machine gunned down in the street. They woke up to the sound of bullets hitting their home.
Smoke and flames are everywhere.
They set fire to the curtains.
Told you.
So the houses will burn. Airplanes, the morning of June 1st, flying over the city and dropping turpentine bombs.
Oh my goodness. Press one. Drop what? What type of bombs? What type of bombs he said?
They're machine gunned down in the streets. They woke up to the sound of bullets hitting their homes.
Smoke and flames are everywhere.
They set fire to the curtains so the houses will burn. Airplanes, the morning of June 1st, flying over the city and dropping turpentine bombs. You are seeing them get away with murder.
It wasn't the only event that took place during a period known as the Red Summer of 1919.
Red Summer. Press one. Turpentine bombs are bombs. Let me see. Oh, this is guerrilla warfare. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, okay. I get it. Yeah, it's field fertilizers and oh, okay. Okay. This is what Malcolm X was talking about.
Ultimately, it was all covered up. There are generations of folks who grew up in Tulsa who never heard about it.
Yeah, they were just throwing them. Bow! Destroy the whole thing. Destroy the whole thing. They're just going around having a whole revolution, firebombing everybody homes. Coffee and Kush TV, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what it do, Kev? This is Julian calling from St. Louis, Missouri.
What's up with it?
Hey, man, I've been watching your show for hella, dog. And trip off this, like, what you uncovering right now is the takeover, bro. You just uncovered the San Francisco thing, and now you talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma, and it's basically the same thing. So it's showing you a systematic way of them.
Yes.
Basically,
running the same play over and over again in these black towns, firebombing them, using planes to do this, federalized assassinations, pretty much genocide and eugenics running, and war.
Yeah. Yep, man. I just wanted to tell you, you definitely unveiling how the foreigners came over here and took over this land, bro. They killed our ancestors up and took their wealth and took their property.
And took their names and classified themselves as them.
Yes, sir. And they steady doing it to this day with these foreigners. They are steady doing it.
Well, yes, sir.
Man, thank you, Kev. Keep uncovering this, man. Somebody got to step in and do something, bro.
Do something, bro. Keep calling in, keep learning, and I'm going to keep doing my job. Thank you, champ.
Yes, sir, bro.
My man, I love that. We breaking down the takeover. Nobody else is doing it like this. They're saying we were slaves and they beat you. I'm showing you wasn't a slave. You wasn't an Indian. And they did it with craftiness and crafty counsel. Press 1. That's what I'm saying. Coffee and Kush TV, you're on the air.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up?
You're on the air. Hey, man, I just...
Press 1. To send a voice.
Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up? I just want to say, man, keep doing your thing.
Of course, thank you. Coffee and Kush TV, 424-209-9506. Doing my thing. I'm gonna stay doing my thing.
There's the immediate aftermath of the race massacre, and the
race massacre. Listen,
there is rebuilding in that period of time.
Look at us.
The same will,
look at us,
ingenuity, and determination of black people to make a way out of no way. The charred remains of their hopes, the embers of their dreams. And yet from that wreckage, they rebuilt.
And we believe very strongly that black Tulsans deserve truth.
Look. Hands up, don't shoot. Remember this? Huh? When you ride like this, that means you're captured. So when they said hands up, don't shoot, and y'all was out there doing that, that means you surrender. That's what it means. Coffee and Kush TV, you're on the air.
Good afternoon, brother.
What's going on? Turn the sound down in the background. I'll wait for that. When you got your hands up and you say, Black Lives Matter, hands up, don't shoot, you're a coward. You're a coward. That many black women and that many black men together, and you walking around, surrender with your God himself don't like a coward. But that's what it's like when you got cowards running your black campaign and getting Cadillac deals to go destroy and surrender. That's what that your reset comes with, a surrendering, soldier. That you surrendered. You surrendered. You already gave up. So what? You're dead. So what can you do for me when you already submitted? What the fuck I'm gonna do with an entertainer and they've already given up? You nothing more than a spy agent coming to see what I'm doing. You used to work in where? Oh, you nothing more than an agent coming to see, trying to sniff around. That's why I put it all on the line. Put it all right here on YouTube. Ain't got to talk to nobody else. 300, 400, 500 people up in here daily. Just keep rocking them. You feel me? Ain't nowhere to go. Ain't no club to sign up to. Just support the truth. Hands up, don't shoot is a coward. You gave up. And I ain't talking about these people because they really had guns against them. They really saw bodies being, but they really said, oh, shit, Lord. And if they didn't surrender, we wouldn't be here. I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to them. They surrendered because they were soldiers and they watched men, women, and children. And come on, everyone, kill bro. That's it, bro. Sometimes you got to fight to live another day. I'm talking to your scary black ass Kanye West and Candace Owens. I'm talking to you, your scary ass. No, white lives matter. So what the fuck that got to do with anything? How could you? The urban conservative. I can't even wear the white lives matter. I'm still a nigga. I'm still with my niggas. Y'all might hear me say some outlandish shit. When I go to jail, I fold my things up, and they say, Mr. Gillespie, you on what side you on? The black card, the ones that's gonna hurt me because I was talking shit. Day side. Press 1. Because that's my niggas. And I'm black, and they black. Press 1. Y'all are, this is the most coward generation I've ever seen. Ever in my life. Y'all give all of your greatness to Elon Musk, a Chinese Russian. You have no objective thought. Everything is to get along and to fit in to media. Everything I say and do is anti-world. Nigga, everything I'm saying is boom. Y'all thought Charleston White, he ain't talking about shit, nigga. I'm giving you the truth. I'm anti-worldly, nigga. I'm countering everything they told me. You can't counter one damn thing. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
You know, Professor, this is Deontay from Virginia.
Deontay from a Commonwealth state, correct?
Yes, sir.
My man, talk to me.
Yeah, that was something recently I looked up. Well, I mean, I knew it my whole life, but I looked into it and realized, you know, what it means as far as, like, giving tribute to the crown and all that, so. But I was wondering, so during that whole time of the destruction and the Tulsa, Oklahoma, and like all of our buildings and towns that we had, were we fighting back the entire time, or it seemed like?
Of course. I mean, a lot of our military was in a war at the time. So this was during a spot where veterans or people who didn't go to war or couldn't or wasn't required to go to war, they were the ones at home. Your older brothers, the younger men, your soldiers was across the water. They were in the water already. The real people who would have fucked them up and had combat, they were sold out by the federal government.
Wow. Hey man, that's all I had to ask you.
So they would have fought. They would have fought. They died on their feet. They died protecting, probably in a whole nother foreign land, fighting motherfuckers trying to get back here, to get back to the homeland, to defend it.
And we were across the water fighting. Is it during World War I?
Yep. They had us in a whole different, and we was only supposed to be offering a sort of aid and assistance to specific Italy and things like. We wasn't even supposed to be in the war because it didn't concern the king. It didn't concern us. It had nothing to do with us. We got our own gold, our own resource. It don't got nothing to do with nothing about you.
Right.
So they tricked us with our kindness for a weakness. Our humanitarian effort was used against us because we care so much for everybody. So they used that, became part of the humanitarian rescue, and invaded our nation by way of the Red Cross. Do you understand?
I do understand.
Ah, man.
Thank you. And one more thing. I saw you watch that video of somebody who was reviewing one of the destruction of one of the cities. Was it Chicago?
Yeah, that was one was Frisco, one was Chicago.
Right.
Yeah.
He's one of those the Tartarian ones, and like they try to give the credit of all these buildings and all these World Fair palaces, of course that we built, try to give it credit to like some giant white people.
Yeah, some giants in Poland, Tartaria. But I'm gonna give you something. The devil's a lie. I'm gonna show you something. You know Tatar. You know who the king of Tartaria is, right?
No, sir.
It's Tartarus.
Tartarus?
Yeah, that's the bull god.
Right.
Okay? So they worship the bull. That's the kingdom of hell, man. That's the Papa Bull. It's all the Russians, bro.
Oh, wow.
This is deep. Man, I'm deep for real.
Yeah, you are, man.
I'm deep for real,
G.
In real life.
Everything you try, man. I've been trying to learn this stuff, man. Because I was listening to Dane. I was listening to Dane for a little bit, and
that's all right. That'll get your mind going a little bit. That'll give you a jump start there.
It's twisting me up a little bit there, but then Kev Giggs, like he placed me back where I was supposed to be.
That's all right.
Trying to get.
My man, thank you for the call, champion.
Thank you.
My man, that's why I don't want people to think that I'm mad or nothing, but I'm passionate, and I like his composure and accepting that. A lot of our brothers do, but I'm compassionate about what I say because I'm right. I know I'm right. Not I'm thinking, I'm guessing, I'm nothing. I believe in this mind, in my heart, came together and said, you right, G. I'm too right. And I've been so right, it's all right if I get one or two wrong. Press 1. That's how right I am. It's all right. Just keep moving. You ever seen somebody, a fast track start, fall mid-lap and got to catch back up and catch their ass and use that melanated genius to keep them legs going? Press 1. That's what I do. If I fall, I'm still going. I don't care. I'm sorry about yesterday. We made a slight mistake. We're not too ignorant and too closed-minded and too selfish to not explain the difference of. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. That's why everybody's here, so we can build, but no stupid shit. No stupid shit. This is interesting. Tulsa, Oklahoma, hands up, don't shoot. Tamika Mallory got y'all surrendered already. Y'all came out like this. Hands up, don't shoot. We waving the white flag. And then gonna have the nerve, hold up, where the camera at? Then gonna have the nerve to get up in front of TV and say, well, we want our demands. You ain't got no demands. And your ass came up like this. Ain't no demand. Everybody know when you come out. Did you see Farrakhan come out like this? No, come on now. You didn't even see Farrakhan come out like this. Oh yeah, here we are. Farrakhan could have came out like this too, you know. All right, y'all, but you done. Farrakhan, whether you like him or not, he stayed down, G. He stayed down and mucked that. Well, I can be wrong, but I'm right any day. Hell no, G. That's the beauty of it. No, bro, I'm not surrender. Like Bone Thugs and Harmony says, no surrender. We too right at this moment. You know, we lost. We don't see too many real players fall to let these bitch niggas beat me. Puff. Press 1. I can't let them win. I'm so on their heels, I can't let them win. Now we off into the destruction. Look.
Truth, reparations, and repair.
No, truth, no, and repair, reclassification. Look, I told you there was black people in those films. You gotta go to the historical files, not conspiracy theorists, not these people who's trying to narrate the lie. You gotta go to the black and white photo. Press 1, you gotta go there.
They built church
on May 31st, 1921.
This look like the whole San Francisco twist right here.
The Greenwood District was a segregated residential.
See, the Greenwood District is where they make up that they. If you look at the town, the Greenwood District is very small. And most of the buildings is made of wood. So when they start these fires and things, it's going to go. It is going to go fast.
Economic district because it had to be, because of legal segregation that prevailed, not just in Tulsa, but really all over much of the United States.
Legal segregation.
They built schools, they built churches, they were educated, they were organized, they had social.
Look at TK. Press 1. Boy, you can hang out with me. Press 1. My dumb ass, look at TK. Boy, TK, boy, we got TK clean. Wow, nigga. Press 1.
Clubs. It was a vibrant community. They had their own businesses.
These are mostly small businesses, all concentrated in this 35 square block area.
All concentrated right there. Coffee and Kush TV, Wilmington, Delaware, I believe. You on the air? What up?
Yeah, brother. Yeah, man. By the way, in Wilmington, Delaware, I was calling, and I was the one that said, keep doing your thing.
Yes, sir.
I got cut off, and I keep trying to put up something about Louisiana, Paris. They did something like that in 1872. And I found that out
about
by...
what do you mean, like firebombed them or had some...
Yeah, massacre.
Yeah.
Colfax massacre, yeah, for sure.
And
I found that by one of my OGs, you know, older cats that I grew up with.
Yeah.
He's doing life in prison in Paris, Louisiana, in a federal prison. So I was looking up the address, trying to get, you know, sending some, you know, letters and stuff.
Nice,
and I stumbled across that. You know what I mean? And I just wanted to share that with you because I see you tapping in on that. And I've been looking into that. And that was in 1873.
What came of it? What happened so I can...
Basically, it's called the Colfax Massacre. It's in Louisiana. Basically, they overthrew the black people, man. Like, basically the same thing you're saying right now. Like, with bombs and fire. It was crazy.
Oh, so
like,
that's just another massacre we can look into that go along with what the last caller said. It seems like this was an overthrowing of specific towns.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it was they was organized. The town was organized. Black people. You know what I mean? Even 3 white men died in the confrontation, they think.
Free white men died because you had a lot of free emancipated white men who was in business with black people at the time.
Correct. We can't do nothing without them, you know, unfortunately, because this kind of, you know.
Let me tell you something. Everybody has the opportunity to be free by way of what George Washington did. Emancipation is for even immigrants to be lifted up and become profitable citizens who can marry and defend this nation and become part of the glory of God, per se. So, you know, the racism thing was brought in by the corporations and the policy holders who need the static to prevent truth. Because the truth is we all can get along. See?
Correct.
That's the truth.
And I'm down in Florida, so it's like they just passed like a law down here talking about stay woke. Like the teachers can't even teach the kids like black or like African history or something like that. Like the governor just passed it. Probably
teach is anti-white propaganda because what it'd do, it'd disrupt the children. And it's a real thin line. You already know how we are aggressive at the truth. And when you want to see Karen, you're going to see the victim come out of white folk if you remind them of their history too much, and they're going to run away, and it's going to be all type of madness. So it must be done in a way where, you know, truth must be told, but with no hate.
They got sprinkled it in, like you said. Basically, they got sprinkled it in.
It can't be hate-driven. Oh, they did this to me, so this happened. History needs to be explained so that the next generation can understand it in a whole, because when we not here no more, it's going to be white kids, our kids, and they're going to have to understand history in a way that they already kind of do, where it's acceptable. They're young, and wow, this happened, rather than everybody's playing the he did it or in denial game like we all doing. Whether we can get the truth to the next runners of this marathon, per se. Yeah, because we gonna get it right. The truth has to sprout, though, per se.
Yes, for sure, man. Just keep doing your thing, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you, champion. We gonna keep running.
That abutted downtown Tulsa, separated by the Frisco tracks.
But there was tremendous resentment, white resentment, to the economic success of Greenwood. Whites
now look at these boys. Now whites what?
Understood that economic prosperity would ultimately lead to questions of racial equality.
He's gonna be looking. They getting enough money to find out where their stuff is.
Social equality, racial equality, social equality was a non-starter. Segregation was the rule of the land.
What was life like in Greenwood then? I asked two survivors of the 1921 massacre.
Those are bombed homes, bro.
Viola Fletcher is 107.
Well, we had
107. Her last name Fletcher.
friends and played outside and visit with neighbors and was happy there with our parents. Just love being there.
And 106-year-old Leslie Benningfield Randall. What was it like before the men came in with guns? What were there stores? Was there
It
movies?
was getting to be a pretty nice place. They had theater and they had other places of recreation and they had churches. And they came in and tore it all down.
There were approximately 200 businesses.
Wells Garment Factory, specialty in ladies' clothing. Now our lady clothing, they just want to get the logo and put say, look, ladies, I got workout gear. These old Instagram hustlers don't know how to put a jumpsuit together. Press 1. These old females spend too much money on their makeup and not on their hand and their workability and putting and learning seamstress and making jeans and getting back into using cotton and establishing connections around the world and distribution, dealing in the world that you they just want to get the stuff from the Chinese for wholesale. Then they gonna order the other stuff from Chinese from wholesale. Then they gonna get this and then they gonna get in front of you and say, why you won't support my product for $150? You bought Versace, press 1. Why you can't support, press 1? No, why don't you get back to the basics of crafting and arts, press 1, and creation and innovation, and slow down. When you start using your mind to generate money, you got a profound motherfucking respect for every dollar, because ain't nobody gonna give you no check. You're earning it. And ain't no time to spend money because you back working again. If I wasn't working right now, I'd be ordering some fresh clothes. I'm kidding. But we would do this because we've got to fill that void of not doing nothing. As if time is fast. No, you got to assert yourself more. I'm already thinking of my next laptop. I'm already thinking, like, okay, I'm getting a more professional setting. I'm already thinking of my next setting. I'm already like, okay, coffee and kush. Think a professional Kevin G. Special chair, nice table. You know what I'm saying? Wine and shit. KevRow. At night type of shit. So my mind don't stop moving. I stay secluded, but my brain is on. Gotta keep moving. Gotta keep working. You know what I'm saying? So the blessings keep pouring. So the truth keep, everything work as an engine. You on the air? What up?
Hey, what's up? My name is Terrence. I'm calling in from New York.
Hey, what's up, my man?
I was just calling because your show right now got my mind going 1,000 miles per hour. Just thinking, it's crazy because my grandma just passed away, and I went to the funeral, and there was graveyard cycles like 1800s. And not to be too random and off topic, but I was just thinking in my head, like, there's this blank place in my head when it comes to the Wild Wild West and what was really going on. And whenever you go to like my grandma's or the old folks, so my mom, they just play westerns the whole time. And so it's in the South. So I know they didn't know what was going on, like Tulsa and all these other places. Yeah. But it's just wow how this is like putting it together. And I'm starting to what was going on? How do we get here? This is good stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely appreciating it right now.
It's good. I'm figuring it out as we go too. A lot of people think this be planned. I just be playing the videos and then the information. We just go at it. So it's fun for all of us. But yeah. This who we are. We wasn't. Our men. If you look on my screen now, these young men are in suits and ties, not in street gear.
Right.
They ain't what? Because.
Right.
A man, it thinks different. A man, even children. If you think children in Chicago can talk that shit with them guns, believe you me, they can talk numbers. They can talk nigga. You can direct their manhood in a different path. It don't got to be about killing a nigga or this little street shit. It can be directed somewhere else. You got a smart kid. You just got a smart kid. You got a hustling kid. You can make a lot of money.
And you were talking about the school system, critical race theory, and trying to protect, whites consciousness and also black consciousness, the mental space. But my thing is, like, we're in a place where we all been lied to so much. It's like everything that, like, we need information like you're doing, like the stuff that you're teaching is like, it's showing. That's why even you can share like the white guys videos and kind of like build off of it, because this is the type of information we need to kind of get our minds where we need to be to figure out what the heck is going on and get away from some of this TV and programming and movies.
Right.
And then the flip side of that, though, is we need the movies to figure out what's going on because we've been lied to so much. Sometimes the only information we get is in some movies.
Right. I got you.
It's just really wild. Like the paradoxes, I'm loving to share, and I'm putting stuff together, and I got my own research to do just watching you, but, man, you on it. Like, I'm really loving it.
I appreciate you. Stay at 1,000, 0 to 100 real quick,
Yeah.
We need more people thinking at 1,000 miles an hour and not be afraid to. Shit, don't be afraid now. You doing 1,000 miles an hour.
Right.
Right. Now. You feel me? You in the fast lane. Thank you, champion.
Right.
No problem. Man.
Businesses in Greenwood, circa 1921.
Like a shoe shop.
And
they made their own shoes. Press 1? No, Master P and them playing with Snoopy loops. I don't want Chinese cereal. You don't have the machine to crunch the Fruit Loop up. Your face ain't on the Snoopy Loop, Snoop Dogg. I'm gonna buy them. I'm buying Fruit Loop. Them look like imitation Fruit Loop. I'm gonna get Fruit Loop. Press 1, that's what I'm used to. I don't have to support Snoop Dogg Chinese brand factory with cereal being made. They're using his face as a marketing tool. They do that all over the place. I want what I want. Now, if it's your factory, Kanye, and you're pressing a shoe, and you making every little Fruit Loop that come out, and Master P is walking around and say, I used to sell drugs, now I make these. That's some inspirational shit there. Not, nigga, I got a product and that's advertising through me. That's how Kim Kardashian just got hit with a huge Bitcoin fucking fine. And I'm sure a lot of y'all niggas is getting hit with Bitcoin $2 million fines. Maybe that's what Bootsy. Keep advertising for Bitcoin and taking 10 and 20,000 for advertising. They gonna hit your ass with a $2 million Kim Kardashian. That's the big dog. They coming for all of y'all. I told you. Your rappers, all you little Bitcoin head asses. Y'all made a bad mistake. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
What's going on, brother?
What's up, champion?
And nothing to it, man. I'm calling from Georgia, and this is my second time tuning in too. But I was liking the content that you was speaking on, and as far as massacres, I wanted to bring up and ask if you knew a thing about or give you the opportunity to look into Oscarville, Georgia. Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
It's a place where they herded a lot of black people to and flooded it. And right now, if you come to Georgia, Lake Lanier, that's what's under Lake Lanier.
Wait. Okay, I've heard of this. Okay. They rounded a lot of, is that the Devil's Punch Bowl?
The Devil's Punch Bowl, yes, sir.
Where is that, in Georgia?
Yeah, the name.
I gotta come down there. I'm doing a history fucking tour around America. I gotta come down there. So give me the background on that.
Okay, yeah. I don't remember if it was slaves or if it was soldiers, but they put all these black people inside of this area they couldn't escape from, and they flooded that area. And today that area is Lake Lanier. So if you know anything about Georgia, every summer you're hearing about people dying on Lake Lanier, drowning on Lake Lanier.
Yes.
Tragedies happening. Yeah, I'm not trying to get into no spooky stuff for real, but
they might be getting snatched up under that water.
Yeah, you boy, what you got, Donald Glover on his little show ATL on season 3. He had like a little skit in the intro of the first episode of season 3, touching on that, but he didn't really go into detail. But if you look it up, it's called Oscarville, Georgia. If you look it up, all kind of information to come up about it.
Okay.
You'll see people going to that site, and
you know, they got a little, they're more knowledgeable about it than me. But then you also got other people that's not us going to that site, and they are contradicting that. So it's interesting.
So
it's
they don't
interesting,
want
man. It's something to look
they don't
into.
want to say actually they're swimming on top of dead, but nobody wants to admit the Afro-American or the colonial American existence and the free man's existence, as if you were just a monkey and you don't know what you're talking about. It's as if these little college folk just come out, oh no, they contradict you with the history they repeated to you the first time. So I don't even like these foreigners in their conversations. I don't even like to argue with them any longer. I just like talking to us on a spiritual level because I like our expressions when we communicate. You know what I'm saying?
100%, brother. I'm with you.
Shit, really?
Yeah, man. But checking through it when you get a chance, man. It's real interesting. And it's kind of, when you look at it, and then you look at what's going on there currently, annually, then, you know, it make a lot of sense, and it's kind of frustrating.
Well, we keep pushing for the truth. Thank you for the call, champion.
No problem, man. I appreciate the show, man. Y'all keep moving.
My man, shout out to him. Let's go.
None of those businesses are left standing.
No businesses are left standing.
In 1921.
Look what's in there. Look, remember I told them to find me some Negroes in a teepee and they couldn't do it? Here they go right here. It's called Red Cross. You see them? You see the little mini teepees out there? I'm trying to tell you, they was housing people. You couldn't get in there unless they was shooting you up with some shit.
When Tulsa Race Massacre occurred.
You don't see them tents out there? They don't want to tell you when you was in a tent. My question is, show me some Negroes in a tent. They know it's some Negroes in a tent, but they know they ain't Indian. So they know they was in a tent when you was in the Holocaust, or what they call the internment camps. But they don't want to make the association with you being in an internment camp. You got to do it by way of the Red Cross and Harry S. Truman. You got to be able to place yourself, because you waiting on them to tell you the truth. It's like waiting on children to tell who ate the cookies. Who ate the damn cookies? Why am I waiting? Why? When I can use my brain, it's evident who did it. You know, and I don't have to be unconfident because they got 20,000 views over here. No, I love what I say, because what I say, even though we don't got that many views, the shit I say end up on TV tomorrow. Press 1, that should be on the news tomorrow. Not hypothesis. But nigga, why you think people love this channel? It's nothing but truth. Not that 100% fire, 100% Kev is just accurate. Man is more accurate than everybody else. Shout out to you, Patricia Brown. Shout out to you, Queen.
Triggered, catalyzed by an event between two teenagers, a black teenage boy, Dick Rowland, 19 years old, who shined shoes downtown,
right.
A white girl, Sarah Page, 17 years old, who operated an elevator in a downtown building called the Drexel Building.
We don't know exactly what actually happens, but upon entering, we think he may have tripped and bumped into the white elevator operator, Sarah Page. She screams.
The clerk from a nearby.
This is all bullshit. As if you touched the white girl. You touched, and then they had to burn and destroy everybody everywhere. What a mob style, illegal, white supremacist, communist, Karl Marx motherfucking approach to society that you're grafting yourself into. Don't he touch me? Everybody shoot him. These little, the white girl was touched by the black boy, or that caused these white men to get upset, and that kind of validated. But then we got over white supremacy. That whole ordeal has to be torn down, because that hides the truth greatly. It's always the same story. Even with Emmett Till, it's the same story. And if it's that bad, why don't you go home? You see? This is war told through you through little bullshit stories. I told you Emmett Till's father was who? He was in war. He was a serviceman.
Comes to her rescue, and Dick Rowland did what any normal African American would have done. He ran. And he ran to Greenwood. Before the day was over, he was arrested and brought to the county jail, which, of course, is on the south side of the tracks, in the midst of the white business district.
The Tulsa Tribune published an article entitled "Nab Negro for Attacking Girl in an Elevator."
The newspaper, the white newspapers, implies that there needs to be a lynching tonight.
Now listen. Now listen to this. Now listen to this. Now this is law here. Now they're implying a hanging.
And so black World War I veterans come down to the courthouse to protect this young man from...
What I tell you? What I tell you? What I tell you? This black young man was who came to the rescue to make sure the mob, soldiers. See? Make sure the rule of law is what?
Being lynched.
One of the white men in the crowd attempts to disarm one of the, we believe, black veterans.
These aren't just veterans. These are all real servicemen. You may be looking at sergeants and shit.
A shot is fired, it hits a white bystander, and they began firing upon the black men.
In the words of a number of survivors of the massacre, all hell broke loose after that. The violence lasted roughly 16 hours. Black men in the Greenwood community put up a vigorous, albeit short-lived, defense. They were outnumbered, outgunned.
The sheriff has deputized a number of white citizens.
Deputized all the white people and said, y'all can kill Negroes. Get them. It's a war. They deputized them. Y'all are legal assassins.
Who have no training in law enforcement, mob control.
It's the federal government. It's the federal government.
Now been given legal permission to participate in mayhem.
Facts. This is how you overthrow.
Looting and
arson
murder.
And murder.
Some of the people in the Greenwood community had fine things like pianos and china and so forth.
Look. The people had pianos, fine china, as such. They were stealing all that.
Don't break in people's houses and just destructive. That's all I saw, just destruction.
And they was given notice out on the street, leave town, they're killing all of the black people.
My mother...
Look at this brother.
...looked out the front door and she saw 4 men with torches walking from the street sidewalk to our house. And all of a sudden she says, all of you get up under the bed, quick. And all of us scrambled. They came in and set fire to the curtains.
Oh my goodness.
And one stepped on my fingers, and my sister put her hand over my mouth to be sure to stop me, because she could tell I was fixing to holler because it hurt.
People are shooting guns and killing people and all. If we don't leave, they'll do us that way.
Many eyewitnesses report that planes dropped what I'll call incendiary devices on the community. So these would have been nitroglycerin or kerosene bombs that caused the flames to spread more rapidly.
Wow.
And burn more brilliantly.
Wow.
So this had a devastating impact on the community.
Wow, white phosphorus, which was used in the wars.
Men came in and started shooting in. I do remember a lot of people being murdered.
These people escape their homes. Some are shot down in the street, and others are gathered by the white mob and marched, in my grandfather's case, to the convention hall.
And what happened?
They were stripped of their civil rights.
They were stripped of their right.
Black men, women, and children were forced to leave their home.
They were stripped of their right.
And they are forced, with their hands raised, to walk, to be paraded through the streets.
Taken to internment centers throughout the city.
Stop right there. I'm gonna stop right there. We're gonna continue this. I don't want to mess your brain up. 3 hours and 29 minutes. Make sure you show some support right there. My cash out, my cash tag is Gills Gang. Look, internment centers, bro. I told you, bro. They can't deny the truth. Dane Calloway, Sachetta, none of these brothers. They can't deny the truth. You were taken to internment center operated by the federal government and the Red Cross.
Very much like people of Japanese ancestry were interned.
I told you. Like those people, they say about Japanese people with the intern and the internment camps, them was Negro.
During World War II.
Same way.
I would say it's not just a massacre. This was intentional
war.
And
these was the same people we seen in the video in San Francisco cleaning up their belongings on their block, looking for their pictures and all of their belongings and anything of any damn thing. I'm sorry you can't see, but damn, wasn't he just like those black people we saw? Look.
Systematic. What occurred in community. World War II.
This is after the bombing.
I would say it's not just a massacre. This was intentional and systematic. What occurred is a military-style assault on a civilian community.
Told you. The military is forbidden. It's forbidden. But when you have foreign military and foreigners and foreign military and making it look like a civil war is going on, hey, take over your shit. These are never mind. With no right to nothing. They just came and took it.
Do you think about that day a lot, or do you try never to think about it?
Oh, no, I think about it every day. I think it'll be something I'll never forget. The people getting killed and had to give up our home and all. And
I want the world.
I had to give up my home and all. You know what that means? Who took the home? If you gave it up. They said, get out of here. This is how you lost. They said, get out. Get out. That's what they said. Get your black ass. With Candace Owens. Don't you dare. They said, get your black ass out. Don't you lose all your heritage. Forget the Bible. We burning them up. Forget your birth certificate. Forget who you are. Forget your lineage. You better walk that way. I don't give a fuck what's back there. I don't care what you lost. I don't care what part of your property is our property by way of the federal government. Get. That's what they told you. Not 700 damn years ago. Just the other week. So they sit up in 2021 and play this holier than thou, I'm white, go back to your country, when reality, they come from Africa. You are right here. You've been here this whole time. You were invaded, what they call a coup d'etat, press one, and you were overthrown by federalized workers. But what they don't know is you have God on your side, and you have something within the contract that protects you when you come into self from these lineage that puts you on a different level of the law when you ready to step into that. That they operate on federal policy, buy things you can afford, debt bondage, their whole lives every second, make up. Move fast. When you want to relax after a man's day of work. You want to chill, drink a beer, smoke a blunt and shit. You feel me? You ain't got time to be stressed the fuck out because you trying to pay back a foreign corporation who not even legally entitled to you paying them back. They shouldn't have gave it to you because it's illegal for them to do it in the first place. Now you paying taxes and not tithes. Now the people who got you paying taxes is making you think twice about paying your tithe by telling you, look at the tax paying 501c preacher we got. Look at all his. Don't trust Jesus. They're just going to spend your. Meanwhile, they in business with together to scam your history and your spiritualness and to sell God for 15%. Press 1. There ain't enough money to pay my motherfucking rent. Shout out to y'all.
No, I never want to see anything else like that anymore.
Never.
And I hope it never happens again.
The destruction of Greenwood left behind rubble and ashes in its wake, but it also caused harm to generations of descendants who lost more than their ancestors and material wealth.
What else?
They lost a legacy of success that is hard to imagine or quantify.
My earliest memory of hearing about
to create the term Black Wall Street, because that's not even a real name, is Greenwood. It's not Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street is to make it look like they destroyed the centralized place of where we always get money, and that is not the case. It wasn't Black Wall Street. Press 1. It was Greenwood. You in a daydream with Black Wall Street because black is dead in law. That's not even legal. It's Black Wall Street now because that's all they want you to focus on is Greenwood. Here at Black Wall Street, it was many Black Wall Streets for that matter. Greenwoods all over America. It was going on all around. Black Wall Street is to centralize the thought that this is where it all was going on at. And this is your highest, what's the name? We ran y'all out of there. Get. Press 1. Get. And that's not the case. They went slaughtering Greenwood, Chicago, Washington, Louisiana, the Carolinas. It's called Civil War. They're trying to hide when the Civil War was and who won and who lost and who's George Washington and who's not. You see? You didn't win nothing. You were just cut off from the law. That's it. You didn't win. You were cut off from the law. That's it. Once you applied the law and have common sense, it's all over. The game is over. Once you start acclimating, not asking, imposing. You said that black folks said you got the power to speak it and manifest it. Well, speak and manifest this shit right here.
the Dreamland Theater was in high school when my mother mentioned it to me. And it wasn't like she talked in depth about what happened. It was our family owned the Dreamland Theater. They were the first Black Tolsons to have a car, but how they lost everything was never really discussed.
That's sad, G. That's sad, G.
I'm Danya Backus, a CBS News correspondent and descendant of Black Wall Street. My great-great-grandparents, John and Lula Williams, owned the Dreamland Theater, the Williams Confectionery, and an auto garage. John and Lula Williams were the picture of the American dream. The Dreamland Theater was a 750-seat theater, and it did not just show silent movies, but apparently it had acts, they had boxing matches. My great-great-grandmother Lula actually had 2 other locations. So the Dreamland Theater was this entertainment hub for Tulsa, but it also was, I think, the beginning of an empire.
My name is John Rogers Jr. I'm the co-CEO of Ariel Investments. My ties to Tulsa start with the fact that my great-grandfather, J.B. Stratford, owned the Stratford Hotel that was burned down during the famous Tulsa Race Massacre 100 years ago. J.B. Stratford was an extraordinary entrepreneur, someone who had this knack of building businesses and creating enormous wealth. The Stratford Hotel at its peak was the largest African-American owned hotel in the United States. Not only did it have this 54-room hotel that was very large for its time, but it had a pool hall, it had a cabaret, it had restaurants.
I'm Danya Backus in Tulsa, Oklahoma, uncovering the history of Black Wall Street. To know that I am a part of this history and I'm able to tell the story, it has taken on a new meaning and responsibility for me. This is where the Dreamland Theater was,
yes, right here.
And now it's a freeway. Even now, as I talk to elders of the family about what happened.
The freeway destroyed everything. It created the interstate, combining all of the interstates, like the estates, the interstate, it connects all of them.
And even cousins who grew up in Tulsa, many of them are now just starting to put together all of the pieces. This is the pillar that pays homage to our family, the W.D. Williams. And when you ask, why wasn't it talked about? Many of them don't know.
This is David Williams here.
The assumption is that it was just too painful to relive those memories.
Right.
My great-grandfather, he did talk about it in the community, and he was one of the first survivors to be interviewed.
Woke up the next morning, all this shooting started over again.
And you remember getting shot at when you ran across the street?
Oh yeah, you could hear bullets singing down the street.
Okay.
Hearing that firsthand, it hit me in a way that reading about it is one thing, but I think when you actually hear it, and you hear it from someone who you know is a part of your family, it impacts you differently.
My great-grandfather talks about in his memoir what really happened that day. He said, I was sitting in the window of the lobby looking westward. I saw an airplane approaching the hotel from the west. It came sailing like a huge bird in the direction of the hotel about 200 feet above the ground. And just before it reached the hotel, it swerved a little and fired through the transoms and plate windows.
What?
J.B. Stratford not only lost all of the property that he owned.
Those are fighters. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it's true. They went to war with black folk. Oh my goodness.
Stratford Hotel. But I think most importantly, psychologically, and I understand this as an entrepreneur, he'd put his heart and soul into that
man
hotel.
Said he came across
and to see it destroyed overnight was just gut-wrenching. And when he came to Chicago afterwards, he had these dreams of trying to recreate his success that he'd had in Tulsa. And to be able to build a new hotel and build new pool halls and have things that were successful. And he never was able to remotely achieve the success that he had in Tulsa.
W.D. Williams, my great-grandfather, talks about sleeping in a tent for about 6 months until they actually started rebuilding.
Press 1.
The Dreamland Theater was.
Where's Dane Calloway with the TPs? Y'all not ready for the truth. Y'all want to play and make $1 million from selling false books and Indian stories about Black Crow and all of these different World Fairs Indian sideshows rather than present the people with the truth instead of saying, it didn't happen with my fat ass. Press 1. What type of nigga say it didn't happen? That didn't happen. We Indian. No, that didn't happen. Because we Indians. No. We lived in teepees. We had our own language. Shut your weak ass up. This happened. Your little teepee ass, weak ass story.
Was rebuilt. The Williams building where the confectionery and where they lived, that was rebuilt. In order for them to be able to rebuild the Dreamland Theater on Black Wall Street, they had to basically sell the other 2 theaters. So they were able to rebuild, but it was never what it was pre the massacre. Hatred and jealousy wiped away our family's chance of generational wealth. I could have been an heir to an empire.
Not like this.
That's right, Queen.
Not like this.
And you are. And you are. It's just y'all don't understand language. She said, the sister said, I could have been an heir to an empire. Coffee and Kush TV, I'm going to tune in and wait for the brothers' minds to catch up and start this conversation once again, first thing in the morning. Subscribe, support, go to patreon.com/KevGillsTV. Yeah, you could have been an heir. You still are. You just don't know it. Press 1. That's the thing about it. You don't realize what an heir is and how this is so. You know, our men in our communities they're just gone. And so I'm no longer just like talking to anybody. I'm talking to those people who are responsive, who can see, who can hear. My phone lines and my Instagram is open for those who got a sound mind and heart and got their foundations in God. A lot of people, y'all can kind of see and hear, but if your mind and heart and morality basis ain't set on God and living appropriately, ain't nothing I can do. You know, I get this not because I get this on some other shit. On some other shit. You know, it's long time studying, blessing. And this type of information is not for the non-responsive, it doesn't cause you to. So when you become, I'm here. My phone lines are always open during the show. And I'm finna get back to my studies. Ain't nothing stopping you from getting to, in your mind, in your life, who you are as a person. Fear, other people's opinions is what's stopping y'all. Not me, though. I'm moving straight ahead. So I'm going to Georgia. But first, I must go to New York and see a few things coming up. I'm also going to head to the Smithsonian. So contribute, support, and get ready for my vlogging channel, which is going to be KevRow University, the other channel, but it's going to be dealing in the vlogs when we do go on these field trips. So I thank y'all for tuning into the show. Remember what she just said. I could have been an heir. I could have been an heir to a whole dynasty. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
How you doing, Professor? This is Brian King.
What up,
I was calling because when they were marching our brothers into that convention hall, it was a picture of a white man on the buildings, like they had just put some posters up.
And so right.
And so I zoomed in on it, and the guy name is Ruther Ford. And so I looked him up, and that's Ernest Ruther Ford. And, sir, he is a New Zealand-born physicist who became known as the father of nuclear physics. So they was walking him into nuclear treatment and stuff like that.
There
they were going straight into being exterminated, I feel like.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Walking them into a whole nuclear... I don't know how to say it, but damn...
Yes, sir. And I also just got screenshots to prove as well. I got the photos as well. Yeah, that was definitely the American Red Cross who was the main. It says it was the main relief people involved for those massacres at Tulsa. And so,
the Red Cross.
Man, I just wanted to call in and say, man, they were walking them straight into Ruther Ford's studies with nuclear powers and nuclear weapons and stuff. So
wait a minute. So that's what that was? That dude on the wall? I'm going to try to go back.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the photo. Maybe I'll try to text to your phone too, but I literally zoomed in on it, and literally I looked up the name, and that's Ernest. So so it said free lecture underneath it as well. So it was almost like they just had learned about whatever he discovered, and then it's weird.
Yes, text me the picture and text me his name so I can do my due diligence, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah. And so, man. So
Yes,
yeah,
I
just
man.
want to call
Everything
in
is
on that.
beneficial when you research and like zooming in and getting the place where they were walking in with their hands up, surrendering.
Yeah.
They were being marched right in that building with that face on the side.
Yeah, I just tried to text it to your phone, so hopefully it should be going through soon. And you can see right when I zoomed in, you can see our brothers walking in with their hands up. As soon as they get by the door, it's white man pushing them in, and they got Ernest Rutherford picture next to it, and it says free lecture underneath
Rutherford.
But it's like,
yeah.
You know, yep, and it says disaster relief headquarters on another photo. And I sent that to your phone just now. Hopefully it's coming through soon. And so they said he like the Godfather or whatever. He's the one that really created a lot of the different experiments when it comes to nuclear weapons and just nuclear physics. That he's the father of that, they said. So.
Well, you just opened my eyes to that. I did want to see who face that was and who there was marching, but it seems like that could have been a part of the process, man. His name is Rutherford.
It seemed like it's like eugenics when you deal with the. It's like they was going straight into sterilize. I don't know if they was tanning with something, and from the inside they was burning, or I don't know. But
so you just sent me the Red Cross thing, but is that the same building?
Oh, you didn't get the other one?
Not yet. It'll come.
Okay, hold on.
I just got the Red Cross one. Damn, let me bring this up on the screen just so. You know what?
Yeah, I got let me see, I got it. It's another photo where you just see this one. I'm going to send you this one. It's all the white people lined up laughing while it's a line of black people going inside that building with his face on it. And I got that photo on.
Like they don't know what's in there.
Yeah.
Free lecture, nigga.
Yeah. Whoa,
no, not injections. Y'all tripping. We talking about gassing, nigga.
Right.
Our people was gassed. Yeah, we talking.
Oh, they taking their fingerprints and stuff. I got a photo right here of the black people walking up. They grabbing their hands, taking their fingerprints, grabbing their stuff. They got them lined up. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm with you. This Red Cross thing, people gotta understand. The American Red Cross are the exterminators.
Right.
The American Red Cross, this is what I'm telling black people, Afro Americans, are the exterminators of Afro Americans. This is facts.
They literally, and so even when you...
So they was already stealing their identities and taking their fingerprints and placing them on things. Right. Probably putting them on Red Cross cards to start the Holocaust.
Immigration process.
That's right. More immigrants and stealing their names. Just arrest them and take their names and fingerprint and reuse their shit.
Yes, sir. And they ain't even probably know what was going on. They just thinking they said like, damn, we all again. It was probably keep walking, don't talk, here, do this, fast move. The next thing you know, you gone.
Yep, separated from who you came in with probably, put on the train, sent over here, did this one, this guy didn't make it. You found out 2 months later that the other guy was chopped up at Leopold's camp. Like, what the fuck?
Hold on. Hey, Professor, you remember how they talked about there being like 5 different walls kind of thing.
What you mean?
You remember with the building, and you were saying that's like the boat, the way that they were talking about the different layers to the door.
Yeah.
It's a photo of a photo of our people next to a building just like that, and it's dark in the inside, and they got them, and it's like the same type of sentences. I'm trying to see if you got it.
I'm over here, bruh. I'm excited because I'm looking for something. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, this is going back to the lynchings and things of that nature. Black men, y'all need to start, especially when y'all come here, instead of just always pressing one, y'all need to upgrade y'all brains. Because it ain't just about pressing one here. It's about researching. The pressing one is an add-on. But all this, y'all need to go to lynching of Jesse Washington. Press one. The black man who was slew and hung on a tree back then. Press one. Same type. Same brother. Y'all need to go back. That's the guy who was burnt up laying in the middle of the road. Okay? These are white folk who strung this man up. This is insane. Put him in tar. You ever heard of the Tar Heels? They dipped them in tar and hung them. And castrated.
That tar would be hot.
Yes.
That was just skin.
Yes, that's what they did. This is the lynching of Jesse Washington. Jesse Washington was a 17-year-old African-American farmhand who was lynched in the county of Waco, Texas. And well-known example of racist lynching. Washington was convicted of raping and murdering Lucy Fryer, the wife of his white employer. Here you go. Sexually, the propaganda, the propaganda that leads to this. What everybody's hiding from, this right here.
So it even talks about how the Chicago company of Marvin Garvey's Black Cross nurses even came in and helped during these massacres.
Marcus Garvey and the nurses?
Yes, and the Black Cross nurses.
He was what's it called? Send it to me. Marcus Garvey was a part of the Black Extermination Planned Parenthood process just as well. We need something to do with this Negro problem. Garvey was with them and his Black Nurses Association. That's why they bailed him out and shipped him back to Europe. Press one.
Yes.
Marcus Garvey and his nurses was a part of eugenics family. They needed to pay foreign black Haitians and people who look like you to administer this to you. Where is Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson? All of these guys are Pan-African, Pan-American eugenics genocidal maniacs who would sell you out for a box of Russian-made Oreos. Press one. Them niggas couldn't have the heart like us, Brian. They don't got the heart. I thought they was cool. You know, they got nice haircuts, speak real sharp on the screen, but most of the time, a lot of these dudes is just selling themselves, placing themselves up for sale to the highest bidder, ready to crack their ass for any percentage to sell you down the drain.
Right. And going back to even what you was talking about, it needs to be, we need to learn more about these settings and these situations, because I never knew about the Tulsa, Oklahoma thing. I was never taught that in school or nothing like that. And so, like you said, when you put up those black inventions, and some of those dates went back as early as I've seen 1828, 1796, and different things like that. If I would have grew up understanding that's what was going on, like you said, it would have been a different type of confidence and mind frame that we grew up with, but
trust me, I know the sister said And she worked for a news agency, a news corporation. She said, if I would have known this, if things would have been corrected, so that means I will be heir to a massive empire. Yes, ma'am. You would.
Yeah.
But they stole your name, ma'am. They took it. And other groups came in and gave you X's by your name, changed your religion, made the pity about black suffrage and all this other stuff, all in unison with the federal government to sell you down the drain. Now,
and the American Red Cross got reports on all of this. There was lawsuits filed by, black residents of that area, of Tulsa specifically, and they said it was over $60 million of damages. Over $60 million.
Did they ever recompense that? No, they just keep it going.
But then they never honored none of those claims.
Because the federal government is involved with they're complicit in eugenics and the genocide of Afro-Americans. They've actually handed the weaponry to immigrants and deputized them illegally to assault and destroy African-American cities and towns. That's why you need the Supreme Court. You need to petition it. This is why this channel is the most important, Brian, because of your growth and my growth and other people's growth and understanding of this information. This is some deep shit, man. He said they were walking them in. He didn't just say it. He took a picture. They were walking them people inside of this building, taking their oh my goodness, taking their fingerprints, taking their name. They don't have nothing. That's why they look bummy in all of the slave pictures, because they took everything. Right. That's why all of our kids got nappy hair and all of this. They say y'all was from Africa. No, y'all took their things.
All your clothes is burned up, so you gonna wear the same clothes for days because you ain't got nothing.
They took it. And they
walking around in suits because they taking your hand-me-down suits, and then they took your clothes out of your house.
They got your cars. They done moved into your house. They took your drawers. They took your socks. And now they out there taking pictures of you beat down for the future. Can think you came from that damn Africa some damn where. They don't beat you down and killed you in the street. That's embarrassing to be a part of a nation that hasn't repaid its debt and honored its oath to the king himself. That's embarrassing to be Candace Owens and Kanye West wearing all White Lives Matter t-shirts for the glory of your own slaughterhouse. That's embarrassing. For you, that's embarrassing for Candace Owens to know Margaret Sanger, backed by the federal government, did this to you, yet blame the liberals when it's them as a collective. But you just go in to play the liberal and conservative as if there's some different. The liberals didn't do it. The Russians, the Germans, the Klan did it. Legally, along with the federal government that you're so grabbing onto this American flag with. But I digress. Go ahead, King.
So I was going to ask you this question, and I like to just, and I'm not necessarily right on this. I just like to come up with little theories sometimes, and let me know if you think this is a little too far-fetched or not. But I'm trying to send you over this photo. Do you think it's possible that, like, the lady in the main character and the man in the high castle, she kind of remind me of like playing a role of what the role Margaret Sanger kind of could have played, with her having friends with the Japanese around this time and still working with the Romanov house of the Nazi side and different things like that about films and propaganda at this time, and getting into television and news and stirring different, viewpoints of that time. I don't know. She just kind of looked like the girl that played in that. And when I look at how, that show got a lot of, truth in it, really, and
it's quite possible. Once you
I don't think that they
once you
right.
get her character down and start looking at the similarities, there might be a whole trail of similarities between the two, which is insane.
Right.
But again, this is the same guy who wrote Minority Report.
Right.
So I don't put nothing past him. Yeah.
Right. It's just because I got photos of her meeting with like high Asian people, and at this time she was with the Negro Project, and just where they was going with it, and at that time, and just seeing how everybody was coming against us, I'm just like, I don't think they really thought too far that you would be coming with this. Information, and people looking back at the propaganda videos and saying like,
"Oh no,
wow, that train is the train don't have is going without the the railroad tracks and just, the glitches and stuff
when they
like
did this, that was for sure going to exterminate you. We ain't supposed to.
Right.
They didn't think all this time later. Wait, them motherfuckers in the future looking back at us. Yeah.
Right. Yes, sir.
So I'm putting this picture up right now as we speak, and that is the guy there, and that can be walking him right into it. What did it say? A free movie? What did it say? Free what?
Lecture. Free lecture.
Free lecture. So you go in there after getting arrested and get a free lecture? Nah, something ain't right, B.
Right.
Something ain't right with that, B.
So going back to the Marcus Garvey and that foundation and how they helped out the Red Cross, they were the Black Cross. I tried to see this photo.
Wait a minute,
too.
the Black Cross. Oh my!
I got a photo of these women on this ship, and they all got like the Red Cross sleeve, and they look like, I'm gonna say melanated women. I don't know where they coming from and why they on the boats by themselves. There's only women with like an Italian dude on the ship, and they got like coats on, helmets on, and a Red Cross sleeve.
The Black Cross, huh? Marcus Garvey and the Black Cross. Is there a connection between Garvey and Sanger? Well, of course there is. We know that. The Black Cross nurses. Black Cross Army? Oh my God. The Black Cross Army are Japanese. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
They got
Black anarchist Black Cross. Let me see. The Black Cross. What'd you say? Nurses. There it is. Officially, the Universal Black Cross is an international organization. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Founded in 1920 based upon the model of the Red Cross. The organization was Women Auxiliary of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African American Communities League, and was established to provide healthcare services and education to people of African descent. Go ahead.
Man. So they got this thing called the Anarchist Black Cross, and that's part of the Russian Empire. And it organization got together under political Red Cross umbrella to provide material support for those repressed. So man, that's like the fifth and a Black Cross together. Look like
the Chinese, the Japanese, the foreign blacks, and the Russians. Now listen to this. Marcus Garvey wanted everyone in the UNIA to feel they belong within the organization, and the BCN served that purpose for women. The BCN was based on the World War I nursing model of the Red Cross. There it is, bro. Facilities provided unequal care to black patrons. Yeah. So Marcus Garvey, Universal. So Marcus Garvey is Red Cross, but the black Red Cross, the Black Army.
Right. That was almost like the people they sent in to like almost like they blackface, like they people sent in.
Well, Margaret is recorded saying they need people that is in the black community, like the nurses and stuff like that. So this makes perfect sense. Margaret Sanger, Marcus Garvey. Because Marcus Garvey was Margaret Sanger's, Marcus Garvey was a friend of Paper's genocide man who genocided you on paperwork. And that was Walter Plecker. So if he's with you with paper genocide, why wouldn't it be for real genocide?
Right.
Huh? Why wouldn't he be for real genocide, for regular genocide like the Red Cross, if they already beat you on paperwork? Now the Negro problem is too many of them. We got to bring that number down. So we got to shoot them up. We got to do tests on them. We got to cause these riots. We got to do stuff because that number got to be. This is on the record. The Negro problem. That's what the other guy was talking about in the conspiracy video about Chicago and shit, about world fairs. They were all a part of this. Frederick Douglass, all these motherfuckers. All these so-called black heroes are nothing more than Russian assets approving eugenics. Jason Black called Marcus Garvey a messiah because for the Russians he is. That's Karl Marx. Marcus Garvey is the black Karl Marx. What the fuck you thought it was? What the fuck you thought it was? Marcus Garvey is fucking Karl Marx. Communism. This is unbelievable as far as black leadership that they can even bring Marcus Garvey and you can't even speak on white supremacists, okay? Lord Jamar, all of these so-called black people in the community, all of these niggas is more like foreigners to me. Like, you niggas can't even hold a real conversation because y'all don't gave y'all lives and souls to niggas who are with the extermination program. I can't even trust these niggas, G. They brains ain't even there. I digress. Thank you for the call, bro. I'm gonna get back to my studies. And
yes, sir. I appreciate you for taking my call.
Yes, sir. Thank you, champion. We right here, right now, doing this. Right here, right now. These clowns. To be honest with y'all, bro, it could come to a point where it's just like, for real? Niggas is really like quiet and cowardly because the nigga gonna know the truth. See? The truth shall make you free. It ain't asking you want to be free today? Hey, guess what? You want to drive at 1,000 miles an hour? Nope. Just deliver the truth. That's what I do. Day in and day out. It's day number 5. Day number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've been up here probably 6 days. Continuous. Every one of my live streams, some of these live streams go 2-3 hours, and I do 2-3 of them bitches. Full of just truth and chilling and keeping this information going, and we just constantly, consistently, constantly figuring this thing out. Why is our brothers hands up, don't shoot up in here and going inside this building? Why? They got our brothers' clothes on. These people weren't dressed like this. Got you right up out of there. Got you to be a criminal and flipped your whole country over on his head. Turned the whole estate. And this is why I put up the estate. Press 1. This is why I got the videos of stolen inheritance. Do we got to do that? Press 1. Because I don't want to go, but nigga. You heard me? So you got to know about the trust. If you ain't in my class, you don't know about the trust. What are you doing pressing 1? What are you doing? If you don't know what this is about, if you don't know what you're fighting for, what you pressing 1 for? You just want to be seen with the ones pressing 1. I'm going to call on you and you ain't going to have nothing to say. See, you got to take this approach like white people was taking it when they were trying to steal it. See, what they wanted, press 1, what they wanted was the estate itself. They want to be able to overthrow you and take everything. Press 1. They want to overthrow and take everything. So that's why I gave you legacy abandoned. Press 1. That's why I gave it to you. So you can get a sense of how to get it back and what you're looking for and what books to use. You can't just, what we got to do now. You better have some understanding before you ask me anything. You got to know what legacy, what all black people ain't friendly. A lot of these people was with these people to overthrow you, and they still calling you black. And then they want your reparations, and they don't even have any property here, Tamika Mallory. They don't even own anything. They from Trinidad or some other foreign nation. Press 1. They think because they said the word black, they are entitled to what's ours. No. And I'm going to fight day in and day out for you. But you got to listen. You got to be committed like I'm committed. Something can happen to me tomorrow. You know what most of the niggas going to do? They going to go and say, oh, let me go back to King AK. Hey, King AK. The FBI and them took out Kev. Press 1. They ha-ha and emojis. You think I'm on the internet to play with these niggas? Nah, bro. Ha. Look, y'all. Look, Charleston. They finally took Kev out. He was over there thinking he was running a university. Now all of his students stupid. And we can come over here and clown. And they're going to be right over here with us. Yeah. You don't know the games that these people play. They almost got rid of me one time before. Press 1. They tried to do it. Press 1. They tried their hardest. Press 1. They tried. And I was dealing with niggas sitting right here on this goddamn computer. Look, just like you. Talking about, the niggas was acting like they already knew they was coming for me. Nigga, I'm like, what the hell? They gonna miss you, Kev. Hold up. What happened? Press 1. Where everybody at? That mean I could have been in prison. I could have been dead. LAPD could have gunned me down, and niggas would have just left and dispersed. But where they at? Press 1. Kev Gills right here. Same Kev Gills. Clean too. Free. Press 1. To their fucking amazement, where they at though? You think they changed up and said, let me fight harder because God showed me that God is working through this nigga. You think they buckled down and ran away more? Press 1. That's what they did. And he didn't die? God damn it. That's what they did. And I'm still on this computer, smiling in their face. Oh, I'll try to take my place. Them backstabbers. Press 1. But guess what? God is good. I know that every day that I wake up and they get to see and tune in and they shy. They don't even want to say hi no more. You know, I got females I used to deal with back in the day. They watch my show every day. Them hoes mad too. They watching. Oh, for they're ashamed to look. That he's still around. He's still, that's right. And growing bigger and better than ever. Press 1. That's all right. I walk alone. I don't need not one of you niggas. Facts. I mean that. Farrakhan mean that. I mean that. And by God, drop a nigga so fast, nigga, and petition God to be another one right here, ready to go. Press 1. I don't need a female. Goddamn. I drop one so fast, be another queen ready to go. Press 1. I don't need it. That's my light. That's the blessing that I get for going so hard. So damn what I look like to you. Damn what I look like to you. Just accept me for what I am and who I am. Coffee and Kush TP. And as always, family, it's like The Rock. You know, as always, family. I was just about to show y'all the video. Well, I thought it was time. As always, family, goddammit. If you smell... Hit my fucking music. I need music. I need a DJ to hit my shit. Press 1. I don't need nothing. I just petition God and say, God, I need this. And it is done already. So that's the faith I walk in. Oh, damn you if you ain't paying attention. That's on you. Don't be calling tomorrow about yesterday's show today. That was crazy. But all right. Now, this is one of my favorite because it teaches us from a thief's perspective what they're trying to do. Press 1. So if they're trying to steal something and they're not from here, they would have to manipulate them the trust. This is what Roosevelt, McKinley, William Howard Taft, Mr. Heisenberg, all of the Russians that was over here playing different. This is what the theft was about. This is what the flood was about. This is what he don't care about. Oh, my mama, this nigga don't care about this king that God said. He don't care about your cries. He'll cut your hand off. You don't swear an oath to him. That's Leopoldish. That's Satan. That's the great Peter. That's these Orthodox, whatever y'all think they is. Press 1. Deadly. You got to know it's a trust and you're a beneficiary of it. The 13th and the 14th Amendment. Press 1. Listen to me. 13th Amendment. Watch it on YouTube. To enslave you. You went into slavery with amendment. You heard me? You went into slavery with the 13th Amendment. You got your trust busted. Press 1. You got your trust busted. Pause. You got your trust busted by Roosevelt and them. They stole it right there. 2 amendments to keep you off your mark. That's why we don't do that. The 94 crime bill and all of these equality little 501(c)(3)s to help you on your drug rehabilitation programs, that is restitution, fool. That is your, what they call that, when they want their money, they gave it back to you with Section 8. They gave it to your mama. That's what you don't realize. That's why you don't, this is why it's a man for the household. Not a person with a penis, a man who understands law. Not a person with a penis who ever to make babies who want full control over a woman. No, a man. Not 3/4, not a slave, not a nigga in debt, not a nigga who gotta go way over there to get his check to be called the king in his house, but he get it from over there like Dame Dad. A man. That's right. You got to be able to speak law and invoke God, not fucking Kalima. God and law and order. That's why you crying. Your kids are getting killed, and you praying that he make it home. And you know what type of friends he. What you praying for? You sent them on the block. The fuck is you praying for? You already committed his life to death. What you praying for? Oh God, I'm gonna send him out there with a gun in his back pocket. Please let him get back. You just fell into your own curse. And that's where they want you. to profit off of you in your own demise. So this is again, this is all just free information. This is the trust. Pay attention. Oh, and just so y'all know, this is the Daughters of Confederate too. So this is your favorite librarian. This is your school teacher stealing stuff. Everybody's talking about trust now. You notice that, right? You ever notice that? Everybody's talking, like I was telling you about Janice, there's only one trust. The big one. They stole everything else. The only trust is the big one. And that's the only trust left is the big one. These folks stole everything. And now they want the big one. That's what I'm telling you. They want Georges now. They don't hate everything else.
Testament. And what is the thing? Of course, we've read Lysander Spooner and all the libertarian stuff that's come forward on it being a contract. But after talking to Bunny, I looked up in Amjur and I found, I think it's under Will, Section 12, if memory serves, that the sovereign has no testamentary power at common law. So that means that the Constitution could not be a will, according to the law at the time. And Bunny called me back, about 2 days later, and she said, Stan, guess what? Property can only devolve to a body politic by trust. So what we've pretty much discovered, and I agree with the woman's, with her research, that the Constitution is a trust instrument.
So that means the Constitution steals. That's what it does. It compacts it into a trust and available to steal by immigrants. It is the kingdom. It's the contract.
And in order for us to understand the peaceful philosophy behind what we're attempting to do in calling government to task, we have to understand that they are trustees. They are very much trustees. And as soon as we understand that, I think that the people in general are going to have a better understanding of where folks like us are coming from. Bunny, if you would, please.
Good morning. My name is Speakman, and I am an heir of liberty. And we're going to find out exactly what that means very shortly. I'm going to prove to you that the Founding Fathers were very lawful men. These gentlemen would not have gone against the law, and they would not have created a document that would have gotten them into trouble.
Why would the document have gotten them in trouble if they're the Founding Fathers who broke away from England? Press 1. Why would George Washington? Press 1. Let me ask yourself, why would George Washington get in trouble if they just broke away from England? Get your ass up out of here. Why would they get in trouble? No, this is a new, remember? Why would they be in trouble? George Washington is King George. That's why. And he's setting the law. That's why. That's why he's setting the law. It's embarrassing to do y'all this way, but...
Now, if you logically think about it, what if they had lost the Revolutionary War? They would have been hung for treason, conspiracy, whatever. Okay, so they did create a document that would be legal, lawful, and valid under the king's own law. The colonies had laws when they got here. They brought it with them. They were established at the time of the Revolutionary War and prior to it. And they followed those laws. So when they created the Constitution of the United States, they created it under the common laws that they had brought with them. Now, I'm going to also prove to you that this Constitution that we have here is a trust instrument, and it creates an estate because it all is under estate law. Now, I'm also going to prove to you that the trustees, as far as the heirs, are in breach of trust. And I will show you where you are not an heir, but something else. Now, I'm going to create pictures for you. If you ever put a 2,000-piece puzzle together, there's a little piece here and a little piece there. And we're going to take all these pieces and we're going to bring them in, and I'm going to try to make a picture for you in your mind so that you can actually see it, not only in front of you, but inside of you and around you, that you can totally comprehend what we are at effect of today. Now, for example, there's a lack of communication we have with the government. And we have it with each other also. I think of one word and you think of totally something else. You're translating my word in your mind, like the word alienate. Now, how many of you perceive the word alienate or alienation to be a rejection of a sort? Okay, this is going to be the first word we look up in the dictionary. And for those of you who have brought your dictionary, please open it up to alienate. Which one is that? Any dictionary?
Okay, get your dictionary. Do you have a dictionary? Get your dictionary out so you can go to alienate. Press 1. So you can go to alienate. I told y'all to get the 1828. Participate in class. Get the books. So when y'all read this and y'all hear these words, you'll be able to see it and understand it. I'm not playing. I got the books.
You have.
Go to alienate.
I happen to have the dictionary, the American Dictionary of the English Language by Noah Webster, 1828. I think it's the finest dictionary I have come across, including Black's and Bouvier's. And I use it because in order to know what the Founding Fathers had in mind, what their intent was, you have to understand how they used the words at the time.
That's right. So if you don't know the words, how could you grasp how they were applying the word to the law, or what the words even meant? The words of today, that's not applicable in the laws that was created before your time. You're speaking Babylonian language that doesn't make sense if you go back there.
They created something. Okay, I will read it. Alienate. To transfer title, property, or right to another, as to alienate lands or sovereignty.
Do you get that? To transfer all that to another, okay?
Transfer title.
Transfer title. Now, black folk, all the people who were ran out of towns all over America, were they titles transferred? Were they titles transferred? Yes or no?
Okay. Under alienation, still we have...
Yes, they were.
A transfer of title or a legal conveyance of property to another.
Or legal conveyance. Okay?
So there goes your communication. We now have set up a communication between each other.
Excuse
Have
me,
we not?
1 second. I got a stupid ass in the classroom. Prasham talk. They used the Bible to do all this. No, they didn't. Your lack of the law that's in Scripture is how they was able to do all that. Prasham talk. Stop blaming the Bible. They didn't use the Bible. George Gillespie used the Bible. Gillespie used the Bible to establish law here. What are you talking about? They're using fears and propaganda to change and to amend law. They're using amendments to turn law. They're using public opinion to amend things. So stop talking, Presham, okay? And you change your name to Presham Silent because you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Now, alienation does not mean rejection. It means to transfer property, to sell, buy, do whatever you want to with it. Okay.
When we lost everything, there wasn't nobody out there preaching the Bible. You had black preachers back in the day that know the Word of God. This nation pledges oaths to God using Scripture. Okay? So make sure you get your argument of stands correct. Presham.
Keep these things in mind as we go along, okay? Take whatever I tell you and put it up in a little pigeonhole so we can bring it down later. Now, there is in your pamphlets, in your booklets, a diagram like this. By the time we're finished with this class, lecture, whatever you want to call it, this diagram is going to be a living, breathing entity to you. It's going to be reality, I hope. If it's not, then I wouldn't have done my job. Now you will notice on the left side, this is the system according to me, on the left side you see up the top Principles of Liberty, and the preamble, the articles, the amendments, down through Amendment 14. And on the right side, you will find up at the top, it says Principles of Mort Maine. How many recognize the word Mort Maine?
How many of us recognize Mort Maine? No, Dan Calloway, none of the Indians teach this. Press 1. Only people who teach this stuff, you got to go talk to the Moors who are over here like, damn, Kev at it again. Press 1. you got to go talk to the Moors. Press 1, you're not going to get this from the Indians. Press 1, the Indians only know 5 words in English. Press 1, the Niji people, they flying around on the back of a turtle some goddamn where when all this is going on. Press 1, they playing in ooze with the rest of the Ninja Turtles in the bottom of the New York sewers with the rats. Press 1, they can't possibly have goddamn typewriters and be coming up with fax machine fixing this economy according to Mort Maine. And press 1. Where you at?
You've read the book.
Not the whole book. I've read some definitions, and I'm a little bit puzzled. So we're going to have to go through this.
Okay, well, Mort Maine is a very puzzling thing, too, for me because it's been hidden from us. This is the disease that our country is at effect of today. It is the cancer eating our substance. Now, if you can recall back to medieval times, the Roman Catholic Church at one time in England had England in the palm of its hand in a grip that couldn't be let go. this wasn't just a morale or moral issue, okay? It wasn't because all these good people of England were devout Catholics worshiping the church. They had a legal grip on England. They were sucking it dry financially, spiritually, and physically. And it was a legal grip. According to some authorities I have heard or talked with, that the Catholic Church believing it, that the Corpus Christi of Christ being perpetual, so was the Catholic Church, i.e., we have a corporation.
There it is. They killed the seat of the king. That's what Seth was talking about. Remember he said, did they kill the seat per se? Yes, they killed the seat of the king. The title, the seat, its power, all of it. Because you don't understand. And then they gave you Peter as Jesus Christ. That's what the church did for you. They gave you Peter disguised as the angel. Press one. That's what they did. I can't help you with understanding that. They killed the power itself. Period. We're talking titles here. Christ is a title. There was not a person named Jesus Christ. There is only the title of the Christ. I just want to help people understand. There was no person named Jesus Christ. The Christ is the position of the king. And you remember in Passion of the Christ, he put on a thorn crown and y'all chose the murderers over the king? Yeah, they had a vote. He said, what y'all want? Murderers are the sweet king, heir. Press one, the sweet prince. Press one, who's next in line to go. They said, give us Barnabas. Press one, give us the Roman offs. Press. And now you murdered your own seat of power. Press one. Slew the king that you had on a tree. Press one. Murdered him. Press one. And you've been dead every goddamn since. You've been dead ever since. Because you a fool, that's why. Believing in metaphysics. The dead, that's what you believe in. The dead. D-E-A-D. You believe in Peter. When I say Jesus, you think Peter. Jesus is the Peter face you got in your brain. Press one. Moses said, this water right here, we're going to crack it. Jesus, y'all thinking some other things, man. Jesus told you who he was, told you what was to come after him, and you sit up here under the guidance of the one Jesus called Peter. Peter. I mean, the one Jesus called Satan, Peter. Y'all roll with the one man that's called Satan in the whole book of the Bible. Y'all go to his church because you are sick. Y'all Satan worshipers, that's why.
Okay. Mortmain refers to corporate functions, corporate principles, the corporate way of doing things.
That's right.
And
the
now
corporate
we shall
way
look up
of doing
that
things.
word.
5013C. This is all a part of the death grip to get you incorporated. Do you get it? To get you incorporated. This is how.
In the dictionary. Again. Black's Law is good for the definition, but again, I shall read from Noah Webster.
What were we looking at?
We are looking at Mortmain, M-O-R-T-M-A-I-N. Mortmain. French, mort meaning dead, and main meaning hand. In law, possession of lands or tenements in dead hands.
In what? In dead hands. Corporate, a dead company. So to revolve in dead hands. To change, to revolve in dead hands. To revolve in dead hands. And corporate hands. Now you know why Disney got sovereignty? And all y'all shit revolving around in dead hands.
Or hands that cannot alienate.
Are hands that cannot alienate.
Alienation in mortmain is an alienation of lands or tenements to any corporation,
listen,
sole or aggregate, ecclesiastical or temporal, particularly to houses of religion or religious houses, by which the estate becomes perpetually inherent in the corporation and unalienable.
Not transferable.
And cannot be transferred out.
Mortmain, it means dead hand.
So you give all of your possessions to the church and it will not be, you got it? That's why you don't own anything. Because after you die, it all goes back to the church.
It is in dead hands. It is a death grip on this country. Death grip on this country, the same way it was in England in medieval times.
Look.
It is the principle our government is working under and upon at this very moment.
Henry VIII saw this.
They all saw this. There were mortmain statutes. And now we're going to commence to go through the literature. Now, all this mortmain, put it up here with alienation, okay? Because it's going to be coming up. Mortmain and mortmain and Cyprus have destroyed our country. We'll get into Cyprus. I like to say Cypre because it's a French word and it sounds very elegant. Cypre. So when I say Cypre, it's C-Y-P-R-E-S-S, 2 words. Cyprus is the ability to change a trust. Okay? The authority, the ability, what such are. Now we're going to go to the preamble. I have the preamble sitting here right in front of you. And we'll be looking at that and going to the English laws. Now, the greatest document ever created was the Magna Carta, as far as I'm concerned. Our Constitution today is literally our Magna Carta.
So, listen, when we read the whatchamacallit about the Magna Carta being where? In the U.S. Treasury Department at the time, the most profound document, the Magna Carta, is right there in the vault. Right there. Documents and everything.
Okay. Now, in the Magna Carta, I have given to you, I believe, the whole of it. It's very difficult reading because it's in the Old English words. But if you do read it, and you should, okay, you will notice that it is all, or basically up to a certain point, about inheritances. To inherit your liberty, especially number CAP1, okay, a confirmation of liberties. Right here, it takes the liberties and says, our liberties are inheritable. We have granted also and given to all the free men of our realm, for us and our heirs forever, these liberties underwritten.
Bingo. Bingo. Dead hands meaning corporation. Corporation is dead or black in law. Dead.
Okay.
Black is dead in law. So if you got a bunch of immigrants who are pretending to be white and they're taking all of your things, they can transfer property within each other and it'll be revolving dead hands, you know. This shit is crazy, man.
The Magna Carta makes your liberties an inheritable thing.
The Magna Carta, monarchy, makes your rights in everything let's go back to what she said, so I don't misconstrue it. It's important that. Let me see this caller real quick. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up?
Kev, I have some information about the Vatican.
I'm not talking about the Vatican. I'm talking about heirs and stuff like that. I got Vatican. What the Vatican about? What? I mean, I don't care.
No, fuck you, bitch.
I know. Thank you. I don't really care about the Vatican. Thank you. I got all that. Listen, I got all the Vatican. You can yell F you all you want. We already know about the Vatican. We talking about the trust. We already know about the Vatican. Thank you. You're late, sir. Thank you. F me. I'm going to make sure somebody F's me real good. Press 1. I'm going to make sure. And I'm going to be thinking about that comment. Well, the man said, press 1. Coward. That's a shame, bro. I don't get no respect from these folks. I just made these press grills for my dog. I don't get no respect from these people. There's something wrong with them.
Literally our Magna Carta. Okay? Now, in the Magna Carta, I have given to you, I believe, the whole of it. It's very difficult reading because it's in the Old English words. But if you do read it, and you should, okay, you will notice that it is all, or basically up to a certain point, about inheritances.
That's right.
To inherit your liberty, especially number.
Inherit right to freedom. Ain't that what y'all want? Freedom, right? Well, it's inherited, right? It's inherited. That is an inheritance. Press 1. So in 1946, they took Magna Carta from America and gave it to England, correct? They took it from, you can say that, yes.
CAP1, yes. Okay, a confirmation of liberties.
Magna Carta is the big charter, is the big one.
Right here, it takes the liberties and says, our liberties are inheritable. We have granted also and given to all the free men of our realm, for us and our heirs forever, these liberties underwritten.
That's right.
Okay, the Magna Carta makes your liberties an inheritable thing.
That's right.
For as much as we have progressed scientifically, we have regressed spiritually and legally. Okay, we are definitely in feudal times. Now, back to the Magna Carta. The first one is about the liberties. The second one is the relief on the king's tenant of full age. Third is wardship, and these are all inheritances. Okay. Fourth is about wasting. Now, wasting is very important. Okay, because this will come up later. I presume I can see that the 14th Amendment is projected toward people who waste. Okay.
You see? It's projected towards people who waste. How much money do we bring in our community? How much is exerted to waste it towards other waste? They beat you legally by your things that you do naturally. Waste. So the amendments are there to attack what you do naturally to counter supreme law and blessings and the benefit package that comes for you, what makes them trustees over you in which you need to denounce.
In CAP 35, it discusses liberties purchased. Okay, if you weren't a free man or if you didn't have a free estate, you literally purchased your estate and your liberties were derived from that idea of purchase.
Bingo! You were emancipated.
Okay. These are things just skimming the top so far.
The movie with emancipation, you were emancipated. Whether you were a foreigner and came here to work and became a man or you were born here as an heir and pretty much got it at birth and was passed down to you on how this shit, you know the rules of the game. At
36, we come into mortmain. It shall not be lawful from henceforth to give his lands to any religious house. Now, the reason they had religious house, why they specifically report
religious, because the religious house is where the corporation, the dead state, the dead hand comes from. Press 1. You don't want it in a dead corporation. They have no jurisdiction on it's nothing. So why go into contract with the dead? Why?
At religious houses because the Catholic Church was a corporation. Catholic Church, and I don't mean to.
It is a corporation.
Knock or poo-poo.
So they cannot own property legally here. How many churches own houses here, land and all that type of stuff? Again, this is all illegal at the upper levels, where you gotta go.
Catholic Church or any other religion, it just happens. Don't type
in COINTELPRO. Don't type these little Q words up in here. You get yourself blocked. Don't even do it. This ain't about COINTELPRO. Find some other words to say. This ain't about no damn COINTELPRO.
So, the Catholic Church was a corporation, and they were attempting to prevent it from sucking the wealth out of England. A person would die or was about to die, and he would bequeath his estate over to the Catholic Church.
To the church.
For the saving of his immortal soul.
For the saving of his immortal soul. That's what came up with that.
Leaving the heirs destitute or out on the street.
Leaving the heirs destitute and out on the street.
So this was an attempt on their part to prevent that to the Catholic Church.
They said no more. Nope. The church cannot, ain't no saving of the soul. Ain't no selling your soul. Ain't none of that.
It's a corporation.
Because when you do that, you remove your children from heirship and things of that nature.
Because it was in dead hands and they couldn't get it back.
They could never get it back from the church. Everything, considered all a loss. I just want you to know this before we get started. Everything they took from you and your family, consider it all a loss. Stop asking me, well, what can we do to take something back from them? Consider it a loss. Just let your heart rest so your mind can work.
Evolving in dead hands. Okay. Quia emptoris. I put this in there. You should probably read it at your leisure. It applies also. The next page is the Statute of Mortmain, 15 Richard 2nd, 1391, Chapter 5. Again, they're trying to stop the eating of the corporate power from the country. Or am I saying that right? Do we get it? Okay. Now we're going to get in. If you have a question, please write it down so that at the end, after the taping, we can get back to the question, because I hopefully will answer anything that comes up and you can just scratch your question off.
Well, this pertains to the legacy one, too. So
you say, Crystalline, the corporation doesn't have a conscience. You see? The tax identification number, the Tin Man, he don't got no heart. The Straw Man don't got no brain. The corporate mortmain, they don't have no conscience. So how is this even real? One thing, it can't think for himself. It can't function. It's y'all like on some Disneyland living stuff, and the white people, children, are saying, "Oh, it's a conspiracy. All of it, the Illuminati, Rothschild took all the money, and look at us here, right here." No, that's like kindergarten talk. The reality is, you, all y'all daddies, press one and granddaddies, overthrew ours, hung them up on trees, destroyed their communities. It was a war, G. Straight up. With the federal government, with real weaponry, and you. Facts. Thank you, Amanda. Support the broadcast.
Yes, this is where I got Legacy 1 and Legacy.
Everybody right now needs to put $1 in the Cash App while you playing. Press 1. Come on, what's up, Kev?
The Statute of Wills. Now, when the question was
4 hours,
when the question came up, just what is the Constitution?
How many people up in here?
I mean, someone gave me.
Come on, bro. Y'all allow these other. Hold on. Let me see my shit real quick. Let me see how this work. 500 and press 1. Y'all tripping.
The input that, it had something to do with a will. There was will structure in it. So I started to, reading about wills. And it led me to the statute of wills. And in the statute of wills, you will notice by the star where it says hereditaments holding of the king, his heirs or successors, or any other person or persons by night service shall have full and free liberty, power, and authority.
By night service, meaning they are employed by the king. Press 1. Shout out to you. Who is that? Crystalline, shout out to you. Crystalline's the first one. Shout out to you. You got to be employed by the king. You're knighted. You're knighted by the king. Now you're a part.
Give, dispose, will, or devise to any persons except bodies, politic, and corporate.
Okay?
So the Constitution as a thing right there told me it could not be a will. Couldn't possibly be a will. It was against the common law. It was against the laws of England, of which the founding fathers.
So the Constitution is against common law. Look at what she said. Listen. If it's against common law, it's against. Oh, shout out to y'all in my cash app. Y'all know me. I was just talking shit. But shout out to y'all, because everybody needs to put $1 in the cash app. Y'all all over here, and it's the same people that contribute to this page. No, y'all new people. Press 1, Taylor Hornick, Bocat, Darius, Boolin, Mr. Butler, Jamie Hendricks, Juan P, Jason Wells, and Keenan Powell, 82. Shout out to you. Shout out to y'all up in my cash app. This is important information. Coffee and Kush TV Power Hour. You on the air? What up?
Shut your dumb ass up. Let that lady speak, man. All of the voiceover, you bitch.
Why I gotta be all that?
Bro, you a bitch, bro.
All right, then. Hold on. Stay with me as I read out my cash app real quick. Hold on, stay with me, all right? Hold on.
You're doing reruns after reruns.
Hold on, brother. No, it's understanding after understanding, sir. It's understanding after understanding, sir. Let me read off. I understand what makes you upset. Mrs. Lori White, for 10 people who ain't got $1, she paid the cost for you to be the boss. Coffee and Kush TV. Amir Hadi say, forget that, I got my own. Press 1. Shout out to you. And TW. Shout out to you. Juan P. And who else? Crystalline. Anything else, chump?
Bro, you a bitch, bro.
All right, brother. Enjoy the rest of your time. I'm getting back to my studies, King.
Bro,
all right, enjoy. Press 1. Now, that's how you deal with trolls. That's how you deal with them. Right there.
We're following. Okay? I then came to the statute of uses, and things began to start looking familiar. In the statute of uses, down at the bottom, where it starts to read that where any person or persons stand to be seized, or at any manners
stands to be seized. Did he say stands to be seized? Hands up, don't shoot. Press 1. What? What did it say? Surrender.
Okay. The statute of wills. Now, when the question was...
Come on now.
When the question came up, just what is the Constitution, I had an inkling. I mean, someone gave me the input that, it had something to do with a will. There was will structure in it. So I started to, reading about wills. And it led me to the statute of wills. And in the statute of wills, you will notice by the star where it says hereditaments holding of the king, his heirs or successors, or any other person or persons by knight service, shall have full and free liberty, power, and authority to give, dispose, will, or devise to any persons except bodies, politic, and corporate. Okay? So the Constitution as a thing right there told me it could not be a will. Couldn't possibly be a will. It was against the common law. It was against the laws of England, of which the founding fathers were following.
Oh, so it's all a lie. That's made up, bro. It's a whole theft. No, just because you said they were following it, if it's not following common law, you're not following the law. Damn, she ran that fast. In which they were following. No, you're making it seem like the Constitution was written on the same day America won its independence or some shit. Press 1. Nah, if it's against common law, it's an attack on the beneficiaries or the heirs. Because that is the blessing. Jeez Louise. Shout out to Tiffany Jones, Christopher Gibson, Marie. Shout out to y'all. I'm still going to read them. I ain't tripping off of this, man. This is important.
Okay. I then came to the statute of uses, and things began to start looking familiar. In the statute of uses, down at the bottom, where it starts to read that where any person or persons stand to be seated.
Somebody just said she's making the Constitution the preamble, Articles of Faith. You're absolutely right. That's why she can't find nothing in the Constitution other than what they can't do against the heirs. And the only thing, everything is in good faith. It's all about the preamble, just like you said. Coffee and Kush TV, you're on the air. What up?
You're not an heir. You're a groundhog. You're a groundhog.
All right, brother. All right, bro. He having problems keeping. My man said you a groundhog.
Or at any manors, lands, tenements, rents, services, reversions, remainders, or others.
Look, remainderment.
Or any body politic by reason of any bargain, sale, fiatment, fine, recovery.
Look, fiatment. Money that ain't backed by nothing. That's your, oh my goodness.
Covenant, contract, agreement, will, or otherwise, by any manner, means whatsoever. It shall be, in every such case, all and every such person and persons and body politic that have or hereafter shall have any such use, confident, or trust in fee simple, fee tail, or term of life, 4 years, etc., shall from henceforth stand be seized and deemed and judged in lawful season. This is saying that this creates a trust, a use, actually.
Of a trust.
I put something in trust for your use.
Oh, so I put something in trust for your use. You can use it, but it's mine, but you can borrow it. Press 1. That's what the Constitution creates, something that they can borrow. Press 1. I'm trying to follow. Because I know it's a contract. I know it's a lease. I'm just trying to get the language down on how they manipulate these words. What you saying? Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
You're not an heir. You're a groundhog, bro.
I am
groundhog,
a trustee. I'm not only
right?
a trustee, but I'm the testator or the trustor. I'm a person who creates it. But I put something into trust so that you can use it.
Wow.
It's actually yours and mine, but you can.
No, it's not yours. It's mine. Press 1. It's not yours. It's, what do you mean? It's actually yours, but you can use it in mine. No. If you can use it, it's mine. Give it back when we finish.
Use it. It's a use.
So the Constitution is Debo? You absolutely right. Look at your neighbor and say,
Not like this.
the Constitution
Not like
is
this.
this my bike now. Oh, that bike. That's what. right this way. I thought but you was coming over here. This visit is hard. There's somebody gonna try to steal it, right? Little mama, this is my Teddy Ruxpin, okay? She said, all right. It's actually ours because you let me use it, because that means it's ours. No, it's mine. You got to give it back. Well, technically it's ours because you're granting me the same right. I can put the tapes in the Teddy Ruxpin too. I can play this. I can turn it on too, right? All right. That's what I'm saying. I can use it the way you use it. It's like Mickey Mouse and Fantasia until God comes and give me this shit. Jeez. Man, it's My Little Pony.
They called it the statute of uses. Trusts and uses are basically the same thing.
Oh my goodness, we in trouble.
They fall under the same idea.
We need women in trust law and knowing these things right here. Woo. When a woman know this shit right here, more get to talking to Kev Gills with this type of authority. Nigga, you got to know about trust law. Look at this. Look what it says here. Look what, and then it generates me to give more truth. Man, you better watch out.
Same conditions.
You better watch out.
Okay, that started to ring a bell. To use. Yes, I should be able to use it.
I should be able to use it.
And then
Get
I
out.
came across
We got the preamble now. Get out of here.
the statute of charitable uses, and things really begin to look familiar. Now, in the statute of charitable uses, you shall find that which looks very familiar, like the Social Security system.
Oh my goodness, here goes the whole movement. Everything you got that enslaved you came after they did this one to you. The Constitution is your slave note. Press 1. All of this is the immigration's way of communistic ideals of all y'all working together for some grand democracy, which is actually communism and socialism. So you want to be against Karl Marx and Stalin and whatchamacallit, but you're actually in that environment. You've been there. You've been there. I don't even know why you running from Adolf Hitler. That's who you are. You're Stalin. You're Kim Jong-un. You're all the little fear people y'all use for me not to be involved in this conversation. Damn that.
The repair of bridges, ports, havens, causeways, and highways. You will find supportation, aid, and help of young tradesmen, handicraftsmen, persons. You will find the word other taxes in it. Okay, this is a very important statute. The statute of uses and the statute of charitable uses are the big ones.
Come on, charitable uses. Come on.
Then on the next page, I have the statute of fraudulent deeds, alienations, etc., which is a statute 13 Elizabeth 1, 1570, chapter 5. Now
this is Elizabeth, right? This is Elizabeth writing this to stop the church from stealing, to stop the caustic church from stealing, the corporation.
Elizabeth, this was after the overthrow of the Catholic Church. They were now Protestants and had gained control back of England. What happened was, I guess people just got fed up.
They didn't get fed up. The corporation was bankrupt, and the king took his sovereignty and declared the corporation, the East Indian Company, bankrupt. He bankrupted, the company was bankrupt, the church was always bankrupt, and he gave the people in the colonies of Virginia royal status, common law freedom. So the church can never take away something. The corporation cannot take away from you. Your state has to not be operating out of common law like California and some shit for you to be a fucking renegade. You know, your state must be like stupid. And again, as I get older and wiser, I now know where not to live. In California and these little states where communism and this fake liberal / conservative, these little ideologies, but the black communities are kept in dire situations. Like I say, it's time to like give both parties up and to start thinking about something else to vote on if that's the case.
The whole situation. They got tired of the corporate Mort Main structure keeping them in dead hands with the death grip. Got rid of the king, got rid of the church, and now we have Elizabeth, who is Protestant, and she creates the statute of fraudulent deeds. And in here, you will find that if there's any fraudulent situations over conveyances, like trusts, deeds, you are now in jeopardy.
Now you in jeopardy. Elizabeth wrote this. If there's any fraud, if there's any corporation who found, any people who found their way into dead hands, it's all fraud. And you're in trouble according to this.
By guileful and covetous or fraudulent devices and practices, as aforesaid, we shall or might be in any ways disturbed, hindered, delayed, or defrauded to be clearly and utterly void, frustrate, and of none effect. If you created trust that was fraudulent, it was of none effect.
It was in a none effect. Press 1. You already said the statute of uses and all that is of none effect. And that's what I'm telling you. Just get off of the bullshit. It's time to apply it instead of running. Stop running. You be like Jonah. God gonna keep putting you right. You gotta confront it. You have to confront it. It's not real. And you have no jurisdiction. What is it? A constitution. And here these blacks are, though, submitted themselves to the Constitution. Here a white lady telling you right there. I've been telling you it's a contract. It's actually a theft. It's an opening and a busting of the trust. So when did this Constitution, all this stuff happen? I'm still thinking Roosevelt and him ratifying these contracts and amendments to keep you... what's the word? What am I looking for? To keep them incompetent. There you go, Kristen. Incompetent. A minor. Out of place. Don't know law. A criminal. Press 1. An excuse maker for himself.
So therefore, if the Founding Fathers were creating a trust in the Constitution, it had to be lawful. It had to be lawful. We go again to the statute against collusive and fraudulent conveyances, which also upholds this thought and line of idea. Number 3 down in the first paragraph says, or else by any secret intent of the parties, the same to be their own proper use and at their free disposition. Number 4, colored nevertheless by a feigned countenance and show of words and sentences as though the same were made bona fide for good causes. Still upholding the fact that if you are creating something, it has to be lawful. It has to be lawful. This is the common law. This is the law of England. And this is the law.
I told you. So they didn't even have no constitution back then. They'd be lying them motherfucker with them Benjamin Franklin boots. Press 1 and all these little stupid shoes from Europe and all that shit. None of that stuff is even real. I told you you had a Bill of Rights, what you was allowed to do. And then there's corporate law. Then there's corporate law. Then there's a whole, Elizabeth wrote a whole, that's why I called her Queen Elizabeth, macho man. A whole law against the corporate. what they cannot do, and the fraudulent activity that comes from it. It is now null and void, and you are about to be fined. But when you don't have women in a position, when you have men calling themselves every nation in the world but themselves, press one. When we're so caught up in entertainment, you can't even grasp the idea of liberty being a right, of freedom being passed down. It's something for you to really have. You are a freeman, and after that comes all this other stuff that comes with it. But first you have to become a free man.
Founding fathers went by. They were lawful men. You will find constantly through these statutes repeatedly inheritances, repeatedly body politics, corporate, so that you can literally separate who is who without everything being piled up into a mishmash.
Huh? That sounded demonic in a way. That sounded genocidal. Holocaustic in a way.
We have the statute of frauds. It's a very important thing. We can't get to the statute of frauds when we go into court these days because the laws and the workings of the Maine government is not in its reach.
What that mean?
It's not in its reach. We're going to show you how and why it's not in its reach. Okay? So when you go into a court saying, this is fraudulent, the judge sitting there going, no, I don't think so. No, because you can't get to the common law. You are barred.
You are barred from common law. Why are you barred from the common law? Because a bar association puts you behind bars and takes away your right. You have no common law. You are barred. That means when you go to court, you can't speak for yourself. You need an attorney because you're not a man. You're barred. Press one. The corporation has power over you. Whenever you say, I'm going to get me a lawyer, that's the corporation. When you say, I need a public defender, the corporation is in power over you. They don't need you. That's why every nigga who sit there, no, he didn't make that deal. Every deal, he don't even know what's going on. The corporation is in full power because you're not a man. Because you sitting up there like this. He going to talk for me. A dead person. A person that's for the corporate state. See, but when they get Mr. Gillespie, the dead person tells the dead judge and tells the other dead person, we ain't got no jurisdiction of somebody that's living. Press one. This man is alive. He don't have no debt with us. He's he can speak for himself. Shit. What else can we say? But judge, y'all ordered him to pay. He was supposed to go to jail. And sir, but we have no jurisdiction. So whatever we were supposed to do, the computer just told us we can't do nothing. And that's what we do. We go by that goddamn computer who just rang it up and said, this motherfucker is special. Next, press one. Gotta be special for the computer to say some shit like that. They don't know and they don't give a damn. But my God controls all the computers. Press one. All the computers. Y'all say y'all believe in God, be scared shitless. You don't believe in God. You want to believe in God. You trying to sound like you believe in God, like you ready to go. Put it all on the line. You see me? I'm saying and doing shit niggas a week ago said, we gonna die if we say stuff like that. I pushed it further. Press one. I looked death in the face and we pushed them back more. You won't die if you get to this point. And guess what? We gonna push it back some more. Press one. And wherever we push these center blocks, you're welcome to come right up. I mean, you gonna die for thinking and speaking accurately and knowing what happened to you? Then die, nigga. Be scared and talk to those scary ass niggas over there. Press one. You don't got the heart to do nothing that I'm doing. Press one. Your biggest and baddest gangbanger wouldn't dare stand up here and say nothing against nothing. Press one. But I will. I'm tired of being a clown. I'm fuck a clout. Fuck making y'all laugh if you're not understanding we in a dire situation. Press one. That's just that. I'll be. It's cool. We can laugh. It's gonna be time. We're gonna be chill. We're gonna cry together, laugh. But when it's on this right here, it's important you pay attention. You feel me? That's important, G, because niggas die over information. Niggas will die giving people they don't know the keys to push their lives further. I won't be overlooked because you want to think like the caller who calls my phone, calling me all in these names. God bless him, because I'm doing it for him too. God bless him too. God bless him too, because I got to give it to him because I got to give it to you. You see, he just denies it, but God bless him too. I'm doing it for him too. If he don't see, that's because he cursed himself. That's because he sat up here condemning the one nigga who can help him. That's his problem. That's what he got to deal with in his hellish life. How you gonna do that? That's it's like you know, what is there to gain to sell your soul and then gain what? What are you gonna gain from that? Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up?
Hey, it's Brittany.
You on the air? What up?
Hello. Hey, it's Brittany. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. So you just said something. You said it's about becoming a free man, and
Yes.
so I just wanted to bring up a few definitions really quickly.
Yes,
if that's
ma'am.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So in the 1828 dictionary, I looked up man, and the fourth definition of man is a servant or an attendant of the male sex. And I know this week we were also talking about the cherubims, which are the attendants of God or servants of God. So I thought that was interesting. Wait
a minute. Say that again.
Okay. So the fourth definition in the 1828 dictionary of man says a servant or an attendant of the male sex. And yeah, earlier this week we were talking about the cherubims, which are the attendants of God or servants of God.
Right.
So I thought that's an interesting correlation.
Very
and also
interesting.
The 13th definition of man in the dictionary says, in feudal law, a vassal, which you talked about last week.
Well, didn't I just bring up a vassal? A vassal of the king?
Yes.
Yes.
A liege subject or tenant. The vassal or tenant kneeling, ungirt, uncovered, and holding up his hands between those of his lord professed that he did become his man from that day forth of life, limb, and earthly honor.
I put my right hand to God. Shine on these broads.
Right.
Stay on my job.
Right.
I grind with my squad. Okay, go ahead.
Also, if I can just correlate those to two scriptures as well.
Of course.
Psalm 110:1 says, the Lord said to my Lord, sit thou at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. And then in Matthew 26, let me just make sure I'm at the right place here. No, that was Matthew 13:57. We were also talking about earlier this week about the savior and General Washington being the savior of the country.
Yeah.
So Matthew 13:57, which is quoting Jesus, it says, a prophet is not without honor, save his own country and his own house.
His own health?
So I thought, his own house. So a prophet is not without honor, he saves his own country and his own house.
Ah, got you.
Right. So I just wanted to bring those forward quickly.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. It's just when people call in referencing what we do with scripture and stuff like that, it's a beautiful thing. And more men that's just let me know a lot of men are really out of bounds. Fact.
A little diagram.
This is why I can't be around a lot of people, because they eyes aren't set on the word. It's set on what you can get and what Kevin, what's promised for me is promised for me. I just want to let everybody know that. That's not yours. Even if one of y'all is mine, it doesn't matter. You're not. It's all mine. You know what I'm saying? So you have to exert the same amount of energy and search out God's face, his information, and so you can be ready to be blessed. Receive the information without question. Just receive the information that comes to you when you are in that, what they call frequency per se, when you tapped in. Other than that, you'll be thinking, this guy got to watch me every day, blessings after blessings, and he just repeating the same things as if it's hurt me, and it ain't hurt me. I'm a blessed individual.
There is a bar going down between the two columns on the right and the left. There is a bar that goes down between the principles of liberties and the principles of Mort Main.
No, so that's what the bars and stuff represent. All right? So you got to get to a place where the bar doesn't have jurisdiction over you. How you going to do that? How you going to get to a place, black man and woman, where you have more power than the bar? Huh? Something that you used to walk into and they had full access to do what they wanted. Now you are walking in your right. That's a different feeling. I just want you to know that as a man, to speak in court and win lawsuits and beat them up and do this, it's something else that'll change your life. It'll make all the work that you're doing. You don't got to graduate school to speak for yourself. You didn't have to graduate high school or elementary. You don't have to have nothing. You just have to be not a criminal and be able to stand for yourself. Not for your homies. Your homies got to stand for themselves. But if y'all all are in law, then y'all can stand for each other. You can use the law. You can pipe it. Look, say it like this. But y'all go to jail. Y'all ain't got nothing but jailhouse lawyers, paid bar association members who are only there to take your money and to win. Press 1 to win for their team. They don't care about win, loss, win, lose, or draw. They know that when they're public defenders, they're going to lose. But when they become lawyers, they're going to win. When they become prosecutors, press 1. So they know that. Their defense paid attorney don't count. Only their wins.
We're literally stuck into Mort Main in dead hands.
That's where you're at, in Mort Main, in dead hands.
We feel so frustrated when we go into court, knowing that there is justice somewhere, but we're not experiencing it.
But you're not getting it. I experienced justice. It felt like freedom. I shed tears as soon as I got out of that court building. I've never experienced justice like that. Press 1. So that's what I want all brothers and sisters to recognize. Like, you are in charge of this.
We don't see it. We don't get it. Something's wrong. We are barred. We keep coming up against the steel wall.
That's London. And what did Tupac say? You keep bumping your hands against the steel wall. That's what the white man wants you to do. Go back and listen to that White Man's World. He's telling you it's deeper. It's use your head. You ain't never gonna get out. You ain't never gonna, unless you want to. In this white man's world, be a victim. You can be a victim if you want to.
Now, in order for you to understand where the power lies, the power does not lie in the articles, nor does it lie in the amendments.
That's right. It don't lie in the Articles of Confederation, nor does it lie in the amendments, like Mr. Gillespie said. Press 1. A true king. You hear me, Dane Calloway? True. Natural. Raised from the dirt, nigga. No uncles or Shriners needed. Press 1.
The power lies in the preamble.
The power lies in the preamble. Press 1. So everybody here, we're supposed to be focused on the preamble. What is the preamble?
It is the preamble that creates the estate. It is the preamble that creates the trust.
Huh?
It is the preamble who tells you who it is, or who it isn't.
Who it is, which is who it ain't.
Actually, okay? You must understand what an estate is so that you can see it.
So you can see it. Just like how the scriptures say, my people got eyes but can't see, and you gotta study the word of God to see the kingdom, correct? Same effect. You gotta be able to see it so you can fight for it. You don't know what freedom is. You don't know what it feel like. They gave you, what's the black people free? Juneteenth. They give you like, that's not real. That's not real, y'all.
So that you can see the estate lying in here, and so that you can see the trust.
So you can see the estate and you can see the trust. The preamble, you can see the estate. The amending and the other things, you can see the busting open of the trust during these articles and amending of common law. Press 1.
Okay, we know that the English laws, it had to be a will or...
You heard what she said? English law. So when you see Old English and colonial, that's you. You speak English. This is your language? Old English? Why do you think all the gangbangers used to write Old English in school? Anybody live from South Central LA? Anybody used to tag? All the gangbangers, all the street kids used to write Old English. Press 1. I mean, really good. Really good.
Trust, it wasn't a will. We're going to presume it's a trust.
Let me ask y'all, how do I know how to write calligraphy? I'm a nigga ain't graduated nothing. Listen to me. How am I a left-handed calligraphy specialist, nigga? How? So it's in us, G. What the fuck is calligraphy, bro? You talking cursive. I'm talking about fine writing with fine pens, my nigga. The shit they used feathers with back in the day. I didn't know I was that good at calligraphy. This Asian lady, wait a minute. You're left-handed, Kel. I ain't know none of that. You said write cursive. No, you're writing, and you don't even know. So now I know what she meant by that. It's like we're connected, and we don't even know.
They weren't going to get hung. I don't think so. If I were to create a document today, I try to make my documents lawful. I'm trying to follow their laws.
Look,
doing it right all along. Okay, so they were no different than we are. And I am a lawful person. You're going to have to turn this one sideways. This that we're going to go into is a book written by an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Henry Baldwin, in 1837. It was published. And it's rather large. It's much larger than what I have given you. It's literally a book, and bless my friend who gave it to me, because she said, well, so-and-so says this, that, and the other, and it's found in here. And I said, oh, well, I'd like to read this. And when I read it, I said, well, so-and-so missed something. He missed on page 3. The first parts of these things. Okay, down on the bottom, you see where it starts out, to me, just above the star. I'm going to read down. To me, it seems that it can be made intelligible, we're discussing the Constitution, in all its parts by applying to it those established rules and maxims of common law in the construction of statutes, and those accepted definitions of words, terms, and language in which they had been used and had been received as well known and understood in their ordinary or legal sense. That's why I have the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, because that's what the Constitution was written on.
You see that? You see what I'm saying?
according to the subject matter. In appealing to the common law as the standard of exposition in all doubts as to the meaning of written instrument, there is safety, certainty, and authority. The institution of the colonies were based upon it. It was their free system of jurisprudence with only local exceptions to suit the conditions of the colonists, who claimed it as their birthright.
As what? Their birthright.
And their inheritance.
Why? Because it is your birthright and your inheritance. That's why. Because it is.
The common law was their birthright and their inheritance. So they were claiming the liberties that were given to them under the great charters and the laws of England.
Told you. Now, how could you do that if you broke away from them? How could you do that and you broke away from them? George would have said, oh, hell no, they begging again. They back, now they want to get back in, huh? That doesn't make sense. You know, they keeping the laws and the Magna Carta and the things that's because George is Colonel George, George Washington, all of these people, King George, it's the same thing. 3 different titles. They created characters out of them. They created characters out of, I'm at work today at Taco Bell. Tomorrow I work for Pacific Bell. And then on Thursday, I work at the bar. So Kev at the bar now is different Kev from that works at Taco Bell. And that Kev is different. Both of them Kevs is different from management Kev at Pacific Bell. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's the same individual.
The Magna Carta bequeathed, brought up the inheritance of liberties, and here they are claiming their inheritance.
So the Magna Carta gave you the inheritance. The reason why they took it over there in London is to strip you from your right. The Magna Carta. That's when they stripped you from your birthright and stole everything from you. They stole everything. The Magna Carta is the first one. That's the kingdom. That's your king. That's your queen, king. That's the paperwork that solidifies and centralizes the government. They take that. They can make a Russian a queen, the king.
Their birthright. We're having a problem getting to our birthright today.
Not them. You. Their birthright is in Romania and all the other places. You're having a problem getting back to your birthright, which is freedom and liberty, and the right to travel and everything that comes with the Bill of Rights, which is pretty much your 10 Commandments. The law. You cut yourself off from the law. You vote for your statesman. You vote for the law. You cut yourself off.
The next page. From the beginning, I guess that's the first paragraph down, the little star up at the top. From the beginning till the consummation of the revolution, the people of the colonies and states in all successive congresses, they had congresses at the time.
Of course, they had a continental
took their
congress.
stand upon the common law and constitution.
They had a continental congress, yes.
Constitution of England as the heirs of freedom. English freemen, whose custom it is derived from their ancestors to make those tremble who dare to think of making them miserable.
Told you. Let me stop right there. Some of y'all don't really know what that means. Do you know what comes with... All y'all doing is sitting back. You're not really crying on the Lord in justice. No, you a criminal. You a communist waiting. You're not really tired because Oh, that coming of the Lord is a dreadful day, that his children yell out for him in such a yell that he hears them. They're seeing, they've been working on themselves. They've been building their empire up correctly. Now they're miserable. You don't tormented them in a way. Now they know their history. They call out to God. They petition God. That's a dreadful day for the corporation. That is a dreadful day for everybody. Why? Because you have the power to reinstate your king. You denounce your king by way of the federal government, Red Cross, communistic ideas, and your pledge to the flag. George Washington never pledged to flags. That flag is a corporated dead flag with 50 countries and 50 nations that all came together against me. George Washington wouldn't honor no American flag. He had a different flag. It was blue. Press 1. With 13 stars on that bitch. Press 1. No, don't try to lie now. He would never. He pledged to he put his right hand to God. He pledged to God himself. Press 1. He put his hand up. He pledged to God himself, God of Scripture. He pledged that he will honor this oath right here. Facts. That's why he is the founding father with that pledge. You can't take that pledge back. You can't offset the pledge. That is an oath, a pledge to the creator of all of it. There's no taking that back. Y'all be worried about some little oaths to your Freemason club. When you pledge to God, and that's your word, that's what your pledge is. That's your deal. That's what it is. I know you don't want nothing but your work check or your favorite Valentine or some old silly shit y'all be praying for God. But George Washington pledged to God, and he gonna take care of this. That's just what it is. Moses pleaded with God in Mount Sinai for you. He pleaded for you. George Washington pledged for you. He did not pledge of America on the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation. Not that. He pledged a whole pledge, a whole sermon to God and what was going to transpire here and the protection of which that was given to him. This is a whole right you talking about here. So I'm gonna stop it here, and I'm gonna get to it later. But I do want to let y'all know, this is bigger than anything. The Magna Carta is the biggest central piece of document kinship. That's what got y'all thinking that's the King Elizabeth. The Magna Carta. That's yours. That's the blessing, the common law, commonwealth, that's all you. The rod, the kingdom is all yours. Because you're an heir. Press 1. Heir to what? Who gave you that is the key. This is a lot, and I'm gonna stop it here. We've been up here damn near 6 hours. Full day's work for a lot of y'all. Y'all get home, drive safe. Shout out to the people in the chat room. Hey, don't worry, I ain't gonna stop teaching. This is a continuous thing, but shout out to y'all. We gotta remain vigilant, Dan Calloway and them can't teach this information. I'm in the space all by myself. So I take my time, do this shit right. We move 1,000 miles an hour, but when you look out the window, you see history. Slow down, you see it just how it's supposed to be. Shout out to D-Jack. Shout out to you. Shout out to SBDM Radio. Shout out Jay Perez up in here. We've been up in here 6 hours strong, just like it's nothing. Like, did I eat something? No. The truth. Press 1. I'll eat when I'm finished. What's important is what I was thinking about earlier, getting up on this live stream, drinking my coffee, and get me a little breakfast. Shit, that is dinner time. Press 1. So shout out to y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank y'all for sticking around for that long. Who sticks around a live stream for 5 to 6 hours talking knowledge and wisdom? You do. And as always, family,